Bano bangaqala rise. Rise, my rise.
For it's on. It's on.
Siyenzayo.
Ufalolo na tololo. Ufalolo na tololo. Galendo siyenzayo. Kubo. Galendo si. Ufalolo na tololo. Ufalolo na tololo. Galendo siyenzayo. Luvalo. Galendo. Galendo siyenzayo. Galendo siyenzayo. Galendo siyenzayo. Uvalo. Galendo siyenzayo. Galendo siyenzayo. Siyenzayo. Galendo siyenzayo. Uva. Kubo. Isa. Lona. Uva lona. Galendo siyenzayo. Uvalo gale. Uvalo lona. Hasina luvalo. Hasina luvalo. Galendo siyenzayo. Luvalo. Hasina luvalo. Tio, mama, tio, mama, tio, tu mama, tu mama, tu mama, kombre tudlile, wasluta, kombre tudlile, wasluta, kombre tudlile, wasluta, kombre tudlile, vula. Simanqeba Ramaphosa. Simanqeba Ramaphosa. Two. Ekawuvume moya wam. Ekawuvume moya wam. Ewevume moya wam. Oyavuma kawuvu. Ekawuvume moya wam. Ekawuvume moya wam. Ewevume moya wam. Isa man, Isa. Titi vuma moya wam. Titi vuma moya wam. Kubo. Isa. Titi vuma moya wam. Titi vuma moya wam. Ewe vume moya wam. Oya vuma ka.
Okay.
Eka vume moya wam. Moya wam. Ewe vume moya wam. Kauvo. Vuma, kauvo, titi vuma moya wa, titi vuma moya wa, ewe vume moya wa, oya kubo, titi vuma vu, titi va vu, va. Okay, so I rise. We rise together. Hey, comrades, thank you so much. We have to start now. I'm sorry. Say thank you.
Umsomi wase KZN sicela uhlangana naye ngale ngapha emva ematendeni. Umsomi ileader yase KZN iyafuneka emva. Umsomi wase KZN siyamdinga lapha emva pha ku provincial coordinator wase KZN yamdinga.
Please welcome onto stage Teboga Mwalusi.
Hello? Hello? Two. Hello? Dumelang. Sanbonani. Molweni. Goeiemôre. Hey Tara. Shabuzet. Rise Mzansi rise. Rise Mzansi rise. Oh, how beautiful you are. Look at us. Yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tebogo Mwalusi. I am the national spokesperson of Rise Mzansi, and I welcome you all to this historic moment. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are making history. We have all the provinces of South Africa represented here, and it's so beautiful to have you here. We have civil society, we have business, we have people with disabilities. We've got as many people as we could gather to build this moment so we can generate the People's Declaration based on the biggest number of brains that we can put together. This is not the first time we are coming together, by the way. For the last 5 months, we have been traveling South Africa, talking to communities and connecting with them. But most importantly, we've been listening. We have been listening. It's important that the politics of today and tomorrow are about listening and then about action. About listening and then about action. And that's what Rise Mzansi will offer South Africans. Action. Some few house rules. Please, when speakers are up, let's respect them and give them the opportunity to connect with us and share their knowledge and their thoughts. We've got amazing speakers to share with you today, and we hope that you will take notes, because this is a policy convention. We are here to think. We're here to create solutions that will define the next 20 to 30 years of the South African experience. And therefore, it's important that we must have the attitude of work. Whilst we can have fun and convene around joy, it's important that we realize that we are here to work. Akire Rise Mzansi? Akire Rise Mzansi? Okay. So the phone, rekopa dibe mo silent, but you're more than welcome to take videos, go on social media. It's important that we share this moment with the world. In terms of water, Bakhaetsu, there is some bottled water, but we are not about wasting. So the bottles that you have, we also have water tanks around the venue. Rekopa, please can you hold onto your bottles? And when you've finished your bottle, use it to refill at the tanks. One of the key policy themes of today is climate change and climate crisis. We can't be Rise Mzansi, but still operating on the basis of littering and wastage. Rakopa, guys. Rakopa. So let's please have that discipline, and also let's not wait for people to clean up after us. Akira, we're adults. So it's important that when you see something that's not working, take it upon yourself and lead the space. Pick up a piece of paper, pick up a bottle. Let's be responsible for ourselves and for each other as a family. Akira? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we are going to get into the formal proceedings of today. We will ask you to please all rise and please take off your hats as we formally start the proceedings with singing the South African national anthem.
Morena bolo kasi chabasa Kanjani ngoba silele. Siwo kanjani kodwa asivukanga. Asivukeni. Vukani noma nilele. Vukulaule. Vukulaule mzini wakho. Vukulaule. Ngithi goli liyasha. Umuzi washa. Vukani noma nilele. Vukani. Salishili goli. Vukulaule, vukulaule mzini wakho. Vukulaule. Vukulaule mzini wakho. Bebathini lapha esikoleni. Umzi watsha. Umzi watsha. Umzi watsha. Umzi watsha. Umzi watsha. Umzi watsha. Igoli liyasha. Umzi watsha. Vuka komanisi umzi watsha. Umzi watsha. Vukani, vukani, vukani. Hey, umzi watsha, umzi watsha, umzi watsha. Asivuke. Rise, rise, rise. Hey, rise, what? Hey, rise, rise, rise. Get up, get up. Rise, rise, rise. Okay, last one. 3, 4, 5, and rise. Give it up to Hunsi Machene on the percussion. My name is Yonela Mnana. Please, let's follow. Thanks to support.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Thank you. Go, guys. 2, 2. Rise. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, again. Yonela Mnana. What a phenomenon. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. That was our opening act. We must wake up. Asivugeni Mzansi. Vugani Mzansi. Rise Mzansi. We are in chaos Mzansi. We are in crisis Mzansi. Vugani umzi uyasha. But we will rise. That is for sure. At this moment, I would like to introduce and welcome our national chairperson, Vuyiswa Ramokgopa.
Molweni, Dimacherone, Dumelang, Goeiemorgen, Sanbonani. Good morning, fellow leaders and delegates from all 9 provinces. I'd like to welcome our guest speakers, ambassadors and members of the diplomatic corps, members of the media and civil society, and most importantly, to the people of Mzansi, who are tuned in via live stream and present with us today. Leamogetswe. I have been given the simple task of welcoming you all to this inaugural Rise Mzansi People's Convention. It fills me with so much pride to see you all here in your Rise regalia. Lebantle gore. Ba lebleletse. Levantle, tell us down. I am proud because of just some 5 months ago, on the 19th of April, 2023, we stood right here in this very same venue. And we committed to build a movement for the people, by the people, to return political power to the people. We said we would go to every single province. We would visit as many neighborhoods, towns, cities, villages as we could. And we would listen, really listen to what South Africans had to say about the issues that were affecting them every single day. And listen we did. And the more we listened, the more we were faced with the pain, the hurt, the disappointment, the desperation, but equally, the tenacity, the courage, the unwavering spirit of Ubuntu, the wealth of knowledge, of ideas, of culture. It was on this journey that we encountered many of you who now sit with us here today. We thank you for raising your hands and walking this journey. Today, this movement stands strong and is growing every single day. The call to rise for Mzansi has reached all corners of our country. From Leboakgomo to Mdantsane, Khalishiwe to Mbombela, Emlazi to Khayelitsha, Tembisa to Mahikeng, from the icy shores of Muizenberg to the dust-covered mine dumps of Diepkloof. Every single day, thousands of ordinary citizens adorn their Rise Mzansi t-shirts with pride, selflessly serving and driving change in their communities. You are the real leaders of this country. As the saying goes, change happens when ordinary people choose to do extraordinary things. This is a movement of ordinary people. But for those who would make the grave mistake of underestimating these ordinary people, I say to you, 2024 izonimangaza. But anyway, asikho lapho. Today, we are talking about this convention and the next 3 days. I've been given a very clear mandate, leaders. I've only been given 12 minutes to speak. I'm going to use my time wisely and share with you just what the agenda is for this week, for this weekend. This weekend's deliberations are designed for maximum participation and input. We are calling on all delegates to attend the breakaways and engage robustly on the 6 key themes that have been prepared and for which discussion documents have been shared. Libadi like it? You are well versed with the matters in the discussion documents, and we look forward to your robust and insightful engagement over the next 3 days. Delegates will have an opportunity to attend multiple breakaways, and you will have an opportunity to add your voice to some of the greatest challenges of our time. Our national leader, Songezo Zibi, will provide guidance and direction as to how we will approach these discussions over the next 3 days. It's also important to note that we are not alone in this process. We have been in the process of engaging with various sectors of society, and today we are joined by our esteemed guest speakers who are independent representatives from business, civil society, from politics, academia, and community-based organizations. That's what we mean when we talk about a government for the people, by the people. To our guest speakers, we thank you for honoring this invitation and taking time to share your insights and your aspirations for this great nation. The next 3 days, we're going to have fun. One of our core values as Rise Mzansi is having fun. We will talk policy. We will delve into the serious matters. We will butt heads. We will engage. But amongst all of that, we will attend workshops. We will dance. We will sing. And we will show people who and what we can be when we rise above the noise and the political clutter and unite for a common and noble cause. Let us remain true to our values, leaders. Let us demonstrate our values, our respect for ourselves, for each other, and for the people of Mzansi as we participate in the festivities this weekend. Linkwe like it? As I close, let us be reminded that some 68 years ago, on Sunday, the 26th of June, 1955, 3,000 people gathered in Kliptown, Soweto, to adopt what would be known as the Freedom Charter. A declaration, an unequivocal statement of intent, which would go on to form the basis of our current constitution, and it would define the future of millions of people for generations to follow. That is the power of words. This Sunday, on the 8th of October 2023, we too will gather to define and redefine the South Africa we deserve. These will not be just words. Collectively, we will produce a people's declaration which will chart the course towards a truly safe, united, prosperous, and equal South Africa in one generation under a Rise government for the people, by the people. I rise. We rise. I rise. We rise. Ke a leboha. Thank you.
This is where I live.
Done for the weekend.
I love it here. But it wasn't always this way. Ugogo told me about 1994. She said it was a time of hope.
Let freedom reign.
Isikhathi September, when this country was finally set free.
An air of excitement and expectancy.
I did vote, which was wonderful. We feel the same mood, and we're all happy.
South Africa is an example to all the countries.
But it didn't last.
Now, corruption costs South Africa at least 27 billion rand in lost GDP every year.
A collapse of the
It felt like everything was broken.
revolution.
We will not.
The people were sad
There is free education.
and angry.
It's the face of extreme gender-based violence.
Those were dark days.
Unemployment rate is at 32.7%.
Educators are worried that the quality of learning is declining.
So the most corrupt public service across the
Free education has to be on the table.
South Africa, which has one of the highest levels of violence.
floods in the South Africa.
Is this our future?
But there was hope. One generation decided to make a change. They brought the light back. Isikhathi soshintsho. By holding hands and working together. By learning from past mistakes. By listening and understanding. They came together and created something incredible. Izwe elikhanyayo. My country, my Mzansi. Thank you. Thank you for being that generation. Thank you for making this incredible country a reality.
Isimangaliso. When we talked about the vision for South Africa, we're not just dreaming. We are willing to put our hands on the wheel to make sure that we deliver the South Africa we deserve. That what you saw is our vision board. We must not fail our children. We must not fail the future generation. 30 years later, this country is not where it's supposed to be. It is our responsibility, it's our generational mission to make sure that we improve things and deliver a country that our children will be proud of. We are committed to that journey. And Vuyiswa, thank you for your remarks and your welcome. Rise Mzansi commits to the promises and the statements that will be put on that People's Declaration on Sunday. At this stage, I'd like to introduce Nontle Mbutuma, who will give us a video recorded message. She is from Amadiba Crisis Committee and will share a few words with us in absence. Thank you.
My name is Nontle Mbutuma. I'm the spokesperson of Amadiba Crisis Committee. First of all, I just want to apologize to all of you that you are in a People's Convention to not be present because of many commitments. But I make sure that I would be present like this. I really apologize for that. Amatiba Crisis Committee was formed in 2007 to fight against the extractivism in our communities, to meet the rise in Mzansi. On this struggle that we are facing, it was an honor to us because the land issue in South Africa is the issue that is not being discussed, whereas the land, it should be prioritized after 1994. Since we know that all of us, 13% of land is in the hands of majority, which is 87%, is in the hands of a few people. We hope that the Rise in Mzansi is going to work together with the social movement on the ground to make sure that the land issue has been discussed in Parliament and people, they get the land. And also to work with us because austerity budget that we are facing, it's affecting everybody. The health system, the education system, you know, everything is turned upside down. And also, we do have the good laws that we have as a country, but those laws right now, we want to make sure that the Mzansi Rise or the Rise Mzansi is going to help us to make sure that our laws are not being changed to support the corporates. And the laws are going to remain to protect the citizens of South Africa, because right now there's so many new bills, especially after the communities or the civil societies, they take their own government to court and to fight their own battles. But the government, when they realize that the communities, they are using the constitution that to protect themselves, they are changing new laws that they must be in favor of the corporates. That is the worries to all of us, that in other African countries, the civil societies, they have no place to go. But in South Africa, at the moment, we are still safe because the political government is not influencing the judges, which is something that is happening most in African countries. This is the thing that we need to protect and we need to defend. And the Rise in Mzansi, if they defend that, we defend our democracy. Because our democracy is not a democracy without good laws, the laws that they protect the citizens. Thank you.
Hey, lengoma ifuna ukujiva kancane mele sishaya masifika ngase festival ngara. Thank you very much to Nontle for that message. Land is a very important question. This weekend, we'll be discussing many things, and part of the breakaways, the issue of land must be discussed. It's a fundamental aspect of the political landscape of Mzansi. So I hope you're all prepared to present your views around our thoughts on land and how we can use land as an instrument to build wealth and solidarity in South Africa. At this stage, I would like to invite Dr. Palile Hotla, a gentleman, a professor, a professional at least, who has contributed tremendously to this country. He comes from Economic Modeling Academy as a director and is going to share a few remarks with us as part of the convention. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Palile Hotla.
All of yourselves who are here expressing the national concerns that we've had. When I was given the topic of importance of using data for the kind of South Africa we deserve, it's very difficult to talk about statistics and reading them. They are things to see and observe. And that's why I have to put before us a presentation which I'll try and finish in I was given 15 minutes, I'll try and do that as quickly as possible. Well, I'll try and say where is South Africa. That's why I'm doing a summative evaluation or assessment of the country. And why are there dysfunctions? I mean, I have to really say why I see from the numbers or from the bones that I throw, why the dysfunctions exist. And how we underperform relative to the world and relative to the continent of Africa. And then, of course, create some strategic pathways to wean ourselves of the malaise that we have seen hitherto. That screen is very far from me. I'm a pensioner, and my eyes don't work that well. Monique Shafiq asks the question, what we owe each other. Well, I think the mic works, doesn't it? If it does, then I will say what we owe each other is, here are children, and we invest in education here. And then here is where people start working, gathering money so that they can go on pension. And when we are pensioners, we get here and withdraw from what we have used. That's the ideal. The reality is quite different. And this is what we have been doing over a period of time. From the point of RDP as Giza, RDP as Giza, GEAR, NGP, NDP, 9-point plan, which gave birth to some 14-point plan, and today we are talking economic recovery and reconstruction plan and master plans. Well, where has that landed us? I'm putting this matrix here. On this side, you look at stakeholder expectations, which now you are raising stakeholder expectations. This side is stakeholder satisfaction. It cuts here, it has cut, it doesn't show that satisfaction. Now, what we have to do, if we have to win or fail, because all these things are deliberate, by the way. If we want to fail, we do not need to meet stakeholder expectations. Where stakeholder expectations or satisfaction is very low, which is this side, and they are very high, it means that we have failed. Here, it's where stakeholder expectations are very low, and also satisfaction is very low, and that's the area we have entered now, where we no longer expect anything. And this is where a failed state begins. This side is where stakeholder satisfaction is very high, but expectations were not that high. This gives you a possibility of innovation and moving forward. Here is the Rolls Royce, where stakeholder expectations are high and satisfaction is high. That's where we want to play, where now you are really satisfying the stakeholders. Now, what is the strategic move in terms of this quadrant? When you are in this space, you are failing. You have all priorities, and in South Africa, everything is a priority. Unemployment, electricity, everything. We are a failing state. And here, we are a failed state. And of course, here we are in a winning state, and here you actually have to maintain, and you are having the breakthrough. Now, where are we? Everything is in this quadrant. Be it in systems, anything, think about anything. Business and stakeholder management, learning and growth. It's even worse because we thought, because of Zondo, we would be winning. Zondo himself says another state capture is on the way. So this moves this side as well. So nothing remains in this quadrant. This is where we are. At worst, we try to make a big flag. A flag is important. Certainly we need it. But the public said, no, we don't need a flag. We want material benefits. So if we look at the level of satisfaction of citizens on the things that we promised them, the water, sanitation, and everything, the level of dispersal here is so wide that there is nothing you can talk about of human settlements. Where I stay, I used to have a human settlement, but ESCOM satisfaction is at this level now. So I may be happy with my water, but ESCOM is completely destroyed my life. So I don't have a human settlement, even when I had one before. Many South Africans have never had it. And this is the dispersion across municipalities on the level of satisfaction. Now, we hate our children. We hate our children. I know I was growing up young, and when the cats are not fed, they eat their kittens. This is what we have started doing. Here we are showing how education has performed in South Africa. This side is by race, white, Asian, black, and this side is across time. Now, if the graph goes that way, it means we are rising. If it goes that way, it means we are in the sunset. Let's see what happens. You can guess which one is this one. At this point, for every one black who graduated, there were 1.2 whites who graduated. At this point, for every black, that's 2015, for every black that graduated, 6 whites graduated. Not because whites are doing better, but because blacks are doing worse. This is where we are. And the Statistician General will be releasing the results next week. On Tuesday, we will plot this and see where we are on this graph. Because the census is a time machine, and it tells you what has happened across time. You are going out to talk to people around what their priorities are. In 2015, we looked at their priorities. They said, well, they want access to reliable and safe water. They said that they want to have employment. They said that the cost of electricity is too high then. This time around, it's not only the cost of electricity, but it's its absence. So this might be catapulted to priority number 1. Well, what did South Africans say? Education is priority number 15. No wonder why we are failing. So, when you go, please talk about education. They may not vote you into power because they have said education is priority number 15. But this is what we need, and the statistics are telling us that. Here we are looking at employment. Some of us are 65 and above. So the screen has cut us off. You don't want me to worry about it. Now, what we are looking at is people by age. And here is by, we have a log here that tells you whether it's black, white, and so on. It doesn't show this side. I realized that, it will show here. Now, when we look at this, we are looking at 2008. In 2008, for those who are 15 to 24, where are they now? That has disappeared somewhere here. There were those that were employed who are 15 to 24 were 1 million. Yes, okay, I couldn't see it. Yes, Those were 2 million, those who were employed, 15 to 20. I can't see 15 to 24 here. It's fine, let me pretend that I'm seeing it. I see it on the graph. Here they are. Oh yes, they are here. 15 to 24. This was the number that was employed. This graph, you see. And for 25 to 34, this was the number that was employed. And then, of course, those who are older. Now, let's move forward to 2022. Less of those in absolute numbers were employed 15 years later. In absolute numbers, I'm not talking percentages. And less were employed for 15 to 24. Any child in South Africa who looks at this graph knows that the kittens, the cats, are eating the lunch of the kittens. Because only here we have seen growth. Here we have seen reductions. This is the crisis we are facing in a growing population of the youth. So this is what the data is telling us, and we have to think hard about that. Here we are looking at skills, and we are looking at it by race. It's black down here, white. Oh my, they continue to cut blacks here. So what is happening here, we are looking at those who are 15 to 24, here, black 25 to 34, and then all other population groups by race. If we look at this in 1994, which is our starting point, in terms of skills, you can see the level of skill that blacks have here. Down here, very little. Moving forward to 2016, blacks have been stuck in this group, and while whites and Indians have moved. We move forward. Now I think I've eaten all my time like kittens. But I guess you'll allow me. And you see these numbers up to 2020. They are stuck for blacks. They have not moved. This is the crisis that we are having. If we don't understand this crisis, as we have seen over the last 30 years, it is not going to go away. You can see at the bottom are blacks. At the top, the skills are increasing. They've doubled. For blacks, they've remained the same, at lower than 20%. Now, if we think about municipalities, another crisis I have here on the screen, poverty from 2001 for all municipalities from 2001 to 2011, they monotonically decreased. Poverty decreased. This way. And from 2016, from 2011 to 2021, 82 municipalities, poverty increased. And I'm sure now, for all of them, things might have reversed. We'll look at the data from the Statistician General next week. Now, well, what do South Africans suffer? This has cut my unemployment. It's too high, and it is above the screen because it's very high. Here we are looking at dimensions that drive our poverty. It's education, which is, if that screen was showing, you will see that by 2011, unemployment as a driver, by 2001, unemployment or poverty as a driver, unemployment as a driver of poverty, it was 33%. By 2011, it was coming at 40%. And by 2016, it was at 52%. And it doubled in half the time. Now, the elections will be about water, energy, and these things, instead of about education and unemployment. And this is a problem of how we manage politics. If they are not informed by statistics, we are in serious trouble. For the youth, it's even worse, because 65% of their problems is described by lack of education, no one working at home, and not in education or in employment. This is what is facing us. It is a tragedy of monumental proportions. Now, if we think about, this is a very interesting graph that I think it will not make a lot of meaning because now it's cut. But what we think is happening here in the context of crises, if you think about the things that open up the spaces, this side is what we see as a problem. This side, this graph shows what the opportunities are. And against each one of these, we see more opportunities spread out that way. And amongst those is, of course, things like strengthening municipal finance and local, it's an opportunity. Promoting anti-corruption is an opportunity. Proactive disclosures, I was doing this study for the AU, African Union, looking at all countries and looking at what opportunities lie ahead, given the crises that we have. We'll give you the presentation. On this small screen, it shows very well. Now, oh my God, this screen is just betraying me so badly. But what I'm trying to look at here is what are the pathways for dealing with problems? Things like women and youth, in terms of education, in terms of entrepreneurship, what is the channel, and in terms of energy. Unless they can fix this, I'm getting into screens that are going to be very difficult. Oh, there it is. It looks like they're doing some magic. They are doing some magic here. I'll finish now. Do some magic. Do a bit of reduction of the screen. It will help a lot. Have you reached your maximum speed? I'm sure if it was a car, you would have even driven at more than 200 kilometers. So these, in terms of international comparisons program, tells us about what are the kinds of things in economy, in employment, and in competitiveness, and what are the channels that drive that. Now, we have to look at that in the context of South Africa, in terms of ownership, jobs for black women, and industrialization, and how those define themselves in terms of labor productivity, absorptive rate, and terms of trade, which is trade. All these indicators are downwards facing. Though if we think about getting a demographic dividend because we have a young population, we are not going to get it. We are going to get a demographic disaster. That is what is embedded in the system. It has to change. But at the rate at which we are going, it is not going to. So when you think about growth accounting framework, you need to do these things. And of course, in terms of the challenge, it's not so much about statistics, but it's about systems of planning and delivery. So in South Africa, compared to Egypt, South Africa, and Nigeria, private service providers are very heavy, and large malls are very heavy, and they are concentrated amongst whites. Here in Nigeria, it belongs to the Nigerians, even if it's specialized shops. Here in Egypt, or rather in Egypt and in Nigeria, almost the same. In South Africa, these concentrations do not augur well for distribution of income. That is why we have a concentration that also has skewed. And if you look at the rest of the continent, you'll see that large shops, medium street outlets, and of course blacks play here in the street outlets and this market. The rest are in the hands of whites, and these things have to change. If we don't change them, you'll get the same results. Now, if you think about progression, look at where China was here in 1990 in terms of GDP. The US was 3 times or 9 times the size of China. South Africa was not there, but it's still not there. And then we look at what has happened over time, and you can see the US moving at 10 billion. China is coming up at 3 billion. It's a third of the US. There are other countries. India is rising. There is China coming, catching up with the US. It has half the GDP of the US. It is moving 7. Well, we would need to see South Africa doing so. And we see ultimately China becoming the biggest economy in the world. Why? Because they had policies that they could implement, and they based them on data. Well, this is where you are. This is South Africa. Nigeria is the bigger economy than South Africa, and that's South Africa. I see the chair wants to throw me off the stage. But let me just rush to the last on pathways. Price levels on South Africa are much higher compared to Egypt, compared to Egypt and Nigeria, and that creates problems. But, well, you see, what we need from the United Nations Committee on Public Administration, we need effectiveness, which means sound policy making. You can only have sound policy making if you believe you work with true science. Effectiveness, which is competence and collaboration, and civil service is not very competent. Accountability, we know, is in the doldrums. And of course, inclusiveness is what we are talking about. We need all this there, and we elaborate on that here. And then, of course, we have to think about the capabilities approach by Amartya Sen, where we look at vector of goods and services, how those are translated into capabilities, and then over the vector of achieved functions. This is not what you do on the back of a cigarette box. This requires you to have capability to engage with these things. And of course, when you look at the driving forces, pressures, responses, state of the environment and everything, you need these tools. Finally, we actually, in developed nations, they use their pensions to drive their development. In underdeveloped nations, we go to the markets and borrow. And South Africa does that, despite having 17 trillion in pension funds. If we don't use our own pensions here, we'll depend on the Chicago School of Development. We've got to change that. Now, you cannot do it without a large model. At the Economic Modeling Academy, we show you how you can actually impact poverty through articulation of the macroeconomic system. It's about 12,000 equations. It's not something you can do on a spreadsheet. It's something that captures the motions of economics. And unless you embed the systems, we are not going to go far. So that's my story.
Wow. You know, one of the things that we have committed to as an organization, as Rise Mzansi, is that we must be scientific about the way we are going to approach the problems that we have. It's important to be qualitative and to look at the issues and the lived experience, but at the same time, the data must drive the spaces and the points of emphasis. So, Doc, thank you so much for that insight. We apologize for the technical aspects, the technical glitches at least, but what we will do is we will post the presentation on the People's app. For those who don't know, this event and Rise Mzansi has built an application platform. There's a QR code, and if you walk around the venue, you'll be able to see it. You just take a picture of it and download the website, and you'll be able to see all the events that are happening as well as the content. So we'll take that presentation and make sure that it's available online. That's the QR code. Please do take a picture of it and download it, and then you'll have access and see all the data points that Dr. Palelehotla was speaking about. One thing that was glaringly obvious, or at least two, is that we are in a poly crisis. The crisis is ngata, just intertwined and yielding a point of disaster. But the second one is the complexity of running the state in dealing with these complex problems. And only the best should be at the platform to take us forward and deal with some of these challenges. We cannot afford to have mediocre talent, mediocre politicians, and mediocre leaders to get out of this crisis. We need the very best, the most intelligent to assist us to get out of this problem. At this stage, I would like to invite our next speaker. His name is Yonwabo Ntsabo. He is someone who is dear to Rise Mzansi, and we invite him to come and share some words coming from civil society and an important part and constituency of Rise Mzansi, which is people living with disabilities. Thank you very much.
I may not be a very audible person, nor an eloquent one, but allow me to greet all delegates that are present here, rising under the protocol that was mentioned by the national chairperson, and recognizing everybody who is present here under the name of Rise Mzansi. As I have been titled, my brand name is Yoyo. I'm from Eastern Cape. Please, let me get a background from the Eastern Cape, please. Most of the time, I am not a lying person. I am known in relation to that. I will talk. When I speak in 3 minutes, people think that I speak in 15 minutes. When I speak in 15 minutes, people think that I speak in 3 minutes. Then it will depend on how you perceive my time lapse. I am one of the activists in the disability spectrum, and I will define disability because people have different perception or connotation on disability. Maybe before I do that, let me acknowledge with gratitude a program director that as much as Yoyo is very far in terms of the alphabet, but somebody submitted my name to be one of the guest speakers. Y is very far from the alphabet, isn't it not so? Yeah, so now let's look at the disability. Disability is a lack of or deficiency of proper functioning of either sense or an organ, number one. Number two, there are two types of disability. Some of these things are not in my presentation leadership because I'm more speaking from the inside than speaking from the presentation. Now there are two types of disability, the visible and the invisible. The invisible is mostly a sensory disability. Epilepsy is a disability. Hearing impairment is a disability. And I want to applaud to the fact that there is a sign language interpreter next to me, which has been recently declared as one of the official languages. Now, so it means disability at times can be visible and at times it cannot, number one. Number two, disability, the disability is a societal issue. Now, it means as much as it starts from the family, but it becomes a societal issue in the sense that there are prescribed policies that talk in terms of preferences and rights of people with disability, number one. Number two, the challenge we are having is that some of these things that ought to be implemented are not. One of these policies is called, as much as it is a white paper on the rights of persons with disability, and there are issues that are stipulated there which are to be implemented and adhered to. E.g., there is an issue of employment, which is to be 7%. We're still far from that. And all other issues that are not properly done in terms of service delivery. Now, in conclusion, it is therefore a clarion call that as much as we appreciate the inclusivity that Rise Mzansi has approached in terms of engaging our sector as early as its foundation. But we understand that in order for us to hold up the banner, we need to make sure that there is an establishment of structures that coordinate disability issues across the country, not the province. I want to believe, but I may be corrected, Program Director, that Rise Mzansi is a national organization. Therefore, programs cannot be segmented or limited to regions or provinces, but rather they would be spread to all provinces, to all regions, so that we reach even the unreachable. In conclusion, there is an author visually impaired. No, these people who are visually impaired are very artful. Take it from me. I'm not lying. Is known as Dr. William Rowland. Is based in Pretoria. Is an honorary president of South African National Council for the Blind. He wrote a book titled "There is Nothing About Us Without Us," and that is the motto promoted by the disability sector. Now, I am raising this title of this book because whenever there are issues relating to disability, we promote self-representation. Here is the nice thing about disability. Doctors, lawyers, and everybody who can talk about disability issues and everybody who can treat disability-related ailments, they don't have a feeling of it. Let me repeat myself. All these people who have studied and can say things about disability, the only thing they are lacking is the feeling. Now, and as such, when you consult, they will ask from you, how do you feel? You know, now you have to narrate, and then they will then prescribe. Even lawyers, when they're going to talk about the rights of disability, of persons with disability, you know, they will have to, you have to make the lawyer to understand what is it that you are infringed, so that he or she then begins to advocate for you. Now, all I'm saying is, the feeling is much more higher than the theory. Therefore, the engagement and the involvement in terms of deliberating on disability-related issues is more key. Having that to say, there is an author called Tronsky. He says, the balance of a man is in his legs. Thank you.
But Yonoabo, thank you so much, Puti. We really appreciate you sharing those words. The leadership is here. They are listening. From a policy point of view, our head of policy, Mandla, is taking copious notes. It's important that this constituency finds full expression in our policy approach. We have a dedicated function for civic and civil alliances headed up by Erfan Mangera, who is sitting to the left there. And he has been tasked with making sure that we leave no one behind. It's absolutely important that at a national level, we make sure we commit and put emphasis and passion behind some of the words that Ntate Yonobo has shared with us. Thank you so much for sharing those. At this stage, we are going to invite Mr. Brett Heron, who is going to share some words. He is currently the Secretary General of the Good Party. Brett, if you can join us, please.
I wasn't sure if I have to wait for the music to end or if I'm supposed to make the music end. Greetings, leaders, guests, members, delegates, and friends. It is really a great privilege to have been invited to deliver a message of support to this convention at this historic Constitutional Hill today. In fact, I must tell you that I often come to Constitutional Hill when I'm in Johannesburg. For me, it's a place of somber reflection. It's a place that reminds me of where we've come from as a country and of the victories that we've achieved. But I must admit that it's also a place which increasingly invokes a great deal of sadness in me, of a vision unrealized, wounds unhealed, victims still yearning for justice, and the plight of the people still neglected. In fact, towards the end of last year, I came here and met about 150 mostly black women, elderly women, who were protesting outside the Constitutional Court. And just when you think the injustice cannot get any lower, they were protesting because they were entitled to reparations as victims of apartheid. And almost 20 years, more than 20 years, after the TRC concluded its work, they were still waiting on the South African government and the President's Fund to release their reparations. It's astounding and one of the lowest points of my visits here. The Good Party was formed to answer the injustices that we face in this country, and we focus on 4 founding pillars which underpin our movement: economic justice, spatial justice, social justice, and environmental justice. But unfortunately, there are increasingly fewer political actors that will share this progressive vision for justice, equality, and true reconciliation in South Africa. As the ruling party's decline accelerates, we are seeing a rise of populism and the consolidation of right-wing forces. This provides a grave threat to our political stability and threatens the resilience of our social fabric. But parties like Rise Mzansi and ours give me hope. Like many South Africans, I first got to know Songezo Zibi through his book Manifesto. And as soon as I started reading it, I knew that we'd found an ally in this fight. We are friends. We share your values of freedom, equality, integrity, solidarity, and justice. As South Africa moves from a dominant party democracy into an era of coalitions characterized by inter-party cooperation, our political culture must change with it. South Africans are sick of the divisive, adversarial, immature rhetoric that has punctuated the political scene in this country for far too long. They want our leaders to check their egos at the door, show maturity, and come together to forge sensible, selfless solutions to the serious problems that we face. South Africa is the most unequal country on this earth, and we just saw the most astounding statistics. The scars of this shameful history still define the destiny of the victims. Poverty and unemployment abounds. The state of our public finances are perilous and exaggerated by astonishing levels of corruption and maladministration. Globally, the world faces its greatest existential threat as our planet warms to irreversible levels, bringing with it devastating weather events, exaggerated resource inequality, and a new wave of migration as people seek refuge from regions that will soon be uninhabitable unless drastic and urgent actions are taken. South Africa finds itself in an energy crisis, fueled by its dogmatic devotion to a carbon-intensive economy. It risks being left behind as the world transitions to a green future, leaving critical assets stranded and closing the taps of some of our major exports. Like with most things, it will be the poor who suffer the harshest effects. As leaders, our first and foremost priority is to protect the most vulnerable members of our society. As good, we feel that the foundational ingredients to dignity are a safe space to call home and a basic income that at least meets the food poverty line. The provision and expansion of social security is unavoidable in our view, given the reality that even by the most optimistic growth forecasts, the number of unemployed people will not materially decline when population growth is factored in over the next 15 to 20 years. In the context of these severe challenges, how can we not but offer our most sincere support to this, the People's Convention of Rise Mzansi, designed to enable serious discussion aimed at forging solutions to these problems. And while there's good reason, perhaps, for a degree of pessimism in South Africa in the present moment, I also find room for great hope. Beyond the scar tissue of the fights behind us, a new generation is bubbling to the surface. It is a generation that speaks of justice, of equity, of sustainability, and of love in any form and without judgment. It is a generation that craves unity and a future that is worth fighting for. And we have a responsibility to fight with them, to fight for them, alongside them, but never from above them. Finally, as I speak today on behalf of Good, it would be remiss of me not to extend the very best wishes of our leader, Patricia de Lille, who would have loved to have been here today, but sometimes the president does get to veto her diary. Patricia was once the spearhead of another bubbling new generation that wanted to disrupt the status quo and secure a fairer and just future for her compatriots. Along with many other heroes, they won that fight. So change is possible. I'm going to go there. Now it's the time for good people to rise up and triumph over evil. I wish Rise Mzansi the very best for these important discussions that you will have over the next 2 days. And as long as it's the good of the people that you're fighting for and seek, Good will always stand beside you. Thank you very much.
Brett, thank you so much for those words. To South Africans watching this, we want you to know that change is coming. The time for immature, adversarial politics that don't serve our people is over. We must put our people first, and we must find new ways of working together to make sure we achieve our joint outcomes. They say, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. And far we will go. At this stage, I'd like to invite onto the stage Mr. Kobani Nzongana, who will share a few words. He is the president of the Land Party. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Ndiyavakala. Enkosi, ndiyabulela. I think, Brett, I need to respond. When you say it's time for good people to rise, I think I should also say it's time for the land people to rise. Thank you, my brother. Let me greet everyone. I will greet this distinguished guests, the media, the leaders of different political formations, the president of Rise Mzansi, Mr. Songezo Zibi. A special greetings to the members of Rise Mzansi, fellow South Africans, comrades, compatriots and patriots. Congratulations for achieving this milestone. This is not an easy journey. This is a journey that wants strong men and women. Today I'm filled with joy as I've been part of this rainbow family from its inception. I want to wish all delegates who are present today a progressive convention. Please come out from this summit with a progressive program of action, a program with a message of hope. Mr. President, I will be deceiving you if I cannot say you have not chosen an easy path. The ruling corrupt political elites have destroyed our communities. Our society's moral fiber is decayed. Many South Africans today join political formations for wrong reasons, not for good. Political parties today are seen as places of self-enrichment and as home for fugitives for justice. Beautiful people, my fellow South Africans, countrymen and patriots, please do not leave this party after 2024 national general elections, because we have not deployed to parliament or because your party failed to get a seat in parliament. You must remain loyal to the people of South Africa, and you must remain loyal to the voters, the people who will vote for you next year. You must be loyal to yourselves, and you must be loyal to your leadership. To the president and the collective leadership, after 2024 national general elections, you must remain loyal to the membership of this party, and you must remain loyal to the people of South Africa. Mr. President, and to the collective leadership, the Land Party would like to contribute the following inputs. Rise Mzansi must respond to the land question for the future and stability of our country. You know, there are many ways of responding. People have come up with different slogans, and many others come up with different notions in parliament. But I believe that the people's referendum will be the solution for the land question. South Africa needs a new educational system, an education system that will invest more time to the potential of a learner. South Africa needs skill-based education system like that of generation schools. Mr. President, I will challenge you to visit this private school called Generation. They've got a very important and very pragmatic solution to our problem. They've abolished exams, and they are using a portfolio of evidence as a form of moderation assessment. It's the same form that has been used in Oxford University. They've abolished, Rise Mzansi must discuss safety and security. South Africa is no longer a safer country. Criminals are in charge both in government and in the streets. We can still achieve the unification of Africa without opening borders. In fact, we need to tighten our borders and build infrastructure, rail and transport networks that will connect African countries for trade and goods. We need to collect all DNA database for people who are entering our country, establish a DNA bank for all people who are living permanently in South Africa and visiting our country, so that we can deal swiftly with criminals. The challenge that we are facing today, I'm from Congo. I come to South Africa, I do as I wish. And the system and the DNA system in South Africa cannot dictate me. I do as I wish, because here I'm not accounted for. So that man I need to stop, Mr. President. Lastly, Rise Mzansi must prioritize healthcare by investing in science and innovation. We can no longer rely on foreign countries for antiretroviral treatment, cancer treatment, and TB treatment. Meaning we need government will invest more money in science and innovation. You know, Mr. President, you can have good policies, but if you neglect science and innovation, I'm telling you, your country will never prosper. Many successful countries today are successful because of science and innovation. Science and innovation works broadly in agriculture, in everything, in biochemistry, in medicine, on everything, Mr. President. So it's very important that we prioritize science and innovation. Mr. President and delegates, I wish you a successful convention. South Africans are tired of sloganerism. There are only one pragmatic solutions. And I hope this gathering will come up with pragmatic program of action. Let me conclude by saying, Mr. President, few men are born brave. Many become so through training and force of discipline. Be courageous, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Thanks, my brother. Thanks.
To Mr. Nzongana, thank you so much for those words. They speak true to power. They hit the heart. There's no fancy footwork, just instructions on how to get to where we need to go. And we find comfort in the fact that we are building a family with you as we move on this journey of making sure we build the South Africa we deserve. Thank you very much, and land will definitely be one of the key aspects that we must solve for as Rise Mzansi. At this stage, I would like to introduce Standiwe Msomi, who will share a few words. She is here. She will share a few words. She's from the South African Youth Economic Council. We heard from Dr. Palelo Hotla the importance of youth being part of the fabric of thinking and solutioning for this country. But most importantly, black women, young black intelligent women. I introduce to you Standiwe.
I want to say, ukuthi lo okhethele ngoma was on point. Sanibonani. Ninjani? Angizwa ninjani? Indeed, amandla. Awethu. Thank you so much. As introduced, my name is Standiwe Msomi. I serve as the national spokesperson of an organization called the South African Youth Economic Council. And before I get into my remarks, I just want to acknowledge the leadership of Rise Mzansi. I'd like to acknowledge the national chair, Ms. Vuyisa Ramahopa. Thank you so much for the invitation today, as well as Mr. Songezo Zibi, the national leader, and all leaders of Rise Mzansi. The South African Youth Economic Council is a youth-led organization, and our mandate is to wage a relentless war on youth unemployment and the exclusion of young people from the mainstream economy. We looked at the mining sector, we looked at the construction sector, we looked at the finance sector, ICT, and we realized ukuthi hayi khona. These sectors are dominated by old, white men who descend from old money that has enabled their own wealth. And so we as young people, not just as young people, but South Africans in general, must stand up and say, we too want to own mines. We too want to own the Vodacoms and the Telcoms and the WBHOs and all these companies that are profiting from the big money that is circulating in this country. And so for us, it's important to engage with Rise Mzansi and any political party on what economic policies should do to enable the integration of young people into this economy. And so I think that's why it was important for us today to honor this invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start off by a quote that I saw on social media yesterday. It said, "Poor countries are not underdeveloped, they are overexploited." And I want to, yes. And I want to make an addition to that. We allow it. We allow the overexploitation of our country. We allow the Anglo-Americans, the big companies, to extract our minerals and export them and sell it back to us at higher prices. In fact, we dine with them at gala dinners and say, please come, increase investment, take our resources, to give people peace jobs as miners, underground, and other jobs that don't really change people's lives materially. And so it's important for economic policy to stop that process of allowing our people to be overexploited. We need to take the accountability to say, how are we going to craft policy that is going to ensure that our people benefit from every resource that this country has to offer? Indeed, I think Dr. Palile Hotla and other speakers before me came and pointed out the statistics of unemployment and economic growth, so I don't need to do that. But I think my focal point today is to focus on two of Rise Mzansi's pillars, which is economy as well as governance. So I just finished my research paper at Wits University in economics, and I was studying the relationship between public debt as well as investment into our country. Now, at the moment, our debt to GDP ratio in South Africa is around 72.7%. And around other African countries as well, the number is exorbitantly high. But the funny thing that I found out is that even though we are told that our fiscal environment is not conducive for investment, we're told that we've got crime and all of these other things, we still have a lot of private investment coming into this country. And it's held by the fact that we've got a strong commodities sector. It's held by the fact that the private sector is functioning outside. I mean, Sandton and Alexandra is a perfect example. We've got these dichotomies of environments in our country, yet the private sector still thrives. People are still pumping money into business because they know what is profitable for them. And so if that can happen, even under fiscal constraints that we face in our country, we need to ask ourselves how we redirect those resources to the majority of the people in this country. Now, I think for Rise Mzansi, in your economic policy conversations, we need to talk about why we have a strong mineral sector, but we don't have a strong manufacturing sector. All of the things that we use, our cell phones, our chairs, every single material thing that is engineered, a lot of those minerals come from the soil that we stand on, right? And so it only makes sense for that sector to be connected to a manufacturing sector that is going to employ hundreds of unskilled labor, unemployed people sitting at home. And so we need to talk about how we're going to drive in massive investment into this country to employ people. You know, sometimes when you go back, Kokasi, and you see people sitting around at 12 o'clock, the sun is out midday, you're like, why are people not working? It's as if you could just build tons of factories and put people in there to be productive. Because in that way, you're going to eradicate crime. People will not have time to engage in criminal activities at 11 o'clock in the day, right? And so we need to make this economy hospitable for big business to drive industrialization, to manufacture products in this country, and to also make it competitive. Because we also have the argument of how we can't develop manufacturing sector because China is already paying people low wages, and so it's not competitive for us. If that's the case, and if we have to sacrifice low wages, the government must be bold and subsidize essential goods for ordinary working class people. Because obviously, I wouldn't want to go work if I know I'm just going to earn 2,000 Rand and then, like, what's that? That's going to finish in a matter of a week, right? But if we want to get people into work, we also need to look at how we can ensure that those same people who are working have the ability to afford food on the table. They have the ability to own a home, to own financial assets, and other things that actually give meaning to being a dignified human being, which our people have not had the opportunity to have, right? So those types of interventions, I think, are quite important if we want to bring in that mass industrialization that we want to have. Another point as well that was considered was the point of science and innovation, which my predecessor speaker spoke about. Science is critical for any sort of economic growth. Ask any economic student. The one thing that will increase productivity, increase growth, is science and innovation. And that links right back to developing our manufacturing capacity as a country. If we are able to produce goods competitively, if we are able to ensure that we can come up with the latest innovations, we will have value to add to the world. At the moment, the only value we have to add is the diamonds and the platinum that are determined by other people in terms of prices, not us. So when the commodity prices are down, we are down as well, and we don't want to be subjected to that, right? And so science and technology is key for that. I also think something that the Rise Mzansi leadership must consider in these discussions is the role of DFIs in this country. We've got the IDC, we've got DBSA, we've got NYDA, we've got NEF, we've got so many developmental finance institutions. But yet, why aren't we seeing the construction of infrastructure in our townships? Why do our rural areas still have gravel roads? What are these developmental finance institutions financing, right? Because we can agree that the financial institutions, about Absa, Standard Bank, they have their own markets. But if we say that we have DFIs that are dedicated to development, that development must go to our people, right? And so Rise Mzansi must consider what conditions are put forward to these DFIs that we control, that we employ board members to run. It can't be that an IDC is taking 8.5 billion from a just energy plan that is just going to go to a few business people here and there who are going to supply us with solar panels and all these other things, whereas an IDC must finance development in our communities, right? And so a simple thing like building shopping malls in our townships that are paraded by international conglomerates and multinational corporations. Those shopping malls must be built by youth-owned construction companies in the community. We've got our young people studying civil engineering and all these degrees, yet they aren't the ones getting the funding from that DFI to build a shopping mall there. Those shopping malls must have our people who make clothes, who make pottery, who make the things that we have, so that we can start to develop our own local economies. The DFI must not just be there to just finance the establishment, because what are we doing then if we're doing that? So we need to consider that as well. I think also the issue of education is important to be considered in this policy discussion. And I was having a conversation about this with the Sis for You the other day, about how our education system is not training people to do stuff. Our education system is training anthropologists and social scientists, which is great, but we need people in STEM fields. We need people who are going to be able to look at a broken pipe in Khayelitsha and say, how do I fix that? Instead of waiting for some company to be given a tender to do it, and then the company doesn't do it anyways, right? And so we need to ensure that from a primary school level, our young people are taught to do stuff, are taught to fix lights, are taught to make clothes, are taught to do things that are going to add value in local communities. And yes, we need the intellects, we need the theorists, we need all types of people in society for all people to achieve their highest potential. But I think we all need to rally behind a specific goal that we want to reach, and that is increasing productivity in our communities, that is increasing investment in our communities. I also think that Rise Mzansi must consider breaking the bureaucracy that is involved in trying to start a business in this country. Our young people have to jump through hoops and leaps Those who want to apply for mining rights need to wait for 7 years. Those who want to explore our ground need to wait for this DG and that person to do that. And that is unreasonable, because also while you're waiting in that process, you've already invested millions into that project that you don't even know will be approved, and it's just dependent on how the DG feels on that day, right? And so we need to deal with the issue of bureaucracy and red tape, and I know that our current president has spoken about it. We've developed the whole department of red tape, but we haven't seen much being done. And so we hope that the Rise Mzansi leadership can address that and come up with new ways to break the bureaucracies that we have. And I know all of these ideas are great, and people are going to ask, but how do we finance this? Because, as I said, our government is literally using things like commodity booms and the extra revenues that they get from the mining sector to pay off debts or to pay a social relief of distress grants. And so no money is actually going into investment, right? But I think we need to be creative about this. And in thinking about that, we need to look at what sectors we need to target to try and raise the revenue that we need. Firstly is the financial services sector. Not only is the financial services sector still really untransformed and not serving the purpose of being a lender and borrower for people, for borrowers and savers in the economy, but they've even found ways to make extra revenue from not lending out loans. So all these banking transactions that you do, all these other things that you do through banking apps, those things generate revenues for financial services. And in fact, I was reading a book by Ayabonga Tawe. It's called The Economy on Our Doorstep. I think every South African should read it. And in it, he did a study where he analyzed the proportion of revenues that financial institutions were getting from actually doing their job of extending loans and all the extra other services that they have that are non-interest related. And that revenue accounts for at least close to 50% of their revenues, right, from doing something outside of their mandates. And so look at taxing that, because they're making extra revenues from us downloading all their apps and doing all of our transactions. And if that's not serving the purpose of giving young black people loans to start businesses, then tax all the other activities that they're doing to try and raise the funds that you need to build a bridge in Mlazi or build a road in Pongolo or to give resources to our people. I also think that it's important for governments, should Rise Mzansi take up government to partner with young people who want to invest in this economy. And if that means being an equity partner in the businesses that young people start, then do it. Because all of the entrepreneurs that were created through colonialism were created through state power. IDC was not created just because they wanted to have fun. They created it because they knew that the mining sector was developing and it was going to make them billions and billions of rands. So partner up with young people who have businesses to ensure that those young people don't worry about paying salaries and overhead costs, but they know that they are well-funded and they can actually produce what they were meant to produce. Because at the moment, lots of our young youth-owned businesses are failing, and we need to ensure that they don't fail. And also, we need to stop reducing young black people to owning spaza shops and tuck shops and car washes. Those are great. Those put food on the table today. But we are talking about young people who own factories, young people who own mines, young people who own laboratories, young people who own big assets that are going to have a multiplier effect in this economy. And that is going to require government to partner up with young people in this country to make that happen. I will draw to a close very, very soon, and I think I'll touch on the governance aspect of Rise Mzansi's pillars. I don't have much to say on this, but I think it's important because as we operate in an environment where government is cutting budgets and government doesn't have money to do things, I often look at people like local councillors and the resources that they have to ensure that they bring change to their communities. And I saw this when I was back at home, where I run an organization called Khanyisa Foundation. And I didn't really have much of a budget, but I knew that young people in townships don't know much about applying to universities or getting bursaries or what business opportunities are out there. And so it just took me working with a counselor to try and have events and seminars to bring that information to people. And I asked myself, why don't local councillors do that? They've got access to municipal budgets, they have resources. Why do I, as an ordinary citizen, have to take money from my own pocket when someone is employed to do this, and someone is voted into power to do this job, right? And so I think Rise Mzansi must develop a cadre that is a servant leader. Someone who will go out of their way to ensure that they serve their people. We need to change the culture of governance in this country. Some things don't need you to have 100 million rand budgets. They just need you to genuinely love abantu, you know? They just... and not love yourself. So I think we need to change the culture of the type of politician we have, of the type of comrade that we have, and ensure that we bring in excellence and servant leadership into every single ward, into every single province, into parliament as well. And so I think I've given more than enough policy considerations, and I look forward to reading what is going to come out of this conference. But I'd like to say thank you so much for the opportunity to address you today, and I encourage you all to rise. Thank you very much.
Two. Malibongwe. 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 Hey, they say young people are lazy. They say young people are disillusioned. They say young people are disconnected. They say young people are incapable. Not these ones. I never shame. The women and the youth that support and work with Rise are dynamic. They are powerful. They are engaging, they are robust, and they will take this country and world forward. When we look at our leader, Vuyiswa Ramokgopa, when we look at Silna Steyn, when we look at Faiza, we are so proud to have women who are taking up space and leading at the highest levels. It is time that we step aside and make sure that women have their rightful place at the table in defining the future of this country. Are we together? I rise. I rise. We rise. We rise. Thank you. Stay with us, comrades. Stay with us. I know the program feels long, but this is necessary work. We want to inherit a state that is in complete chaos, which means we must exercise discipline to build stamina. We must build stamina. This is going to be a long race. So as we sit here, please stay with us, Makabane. We are going to get there eventually. At this stage, I want to invite Ntate Elias Monache. He is the president of the Black Business Council, and he will share a few words with us as part of organized business. Ntate Elias?
Good morning. Good morning. Let me greet the leadership of Rise Mzansi for arranging this convention today. And let me also acknowledge and recognize the previous colleagues for their wisdom in terms of sharing with all of you this morning. I think we are meeting at the time when the country is at crossroads. And the reason why I'm paraphrasing that is because there is a say that for the new to be born, the old must die. It also then means that for Rise Mzansi to navigate and look at a different pathway, there are certain things that you need to do differently, because if we're then to do the same, it then means there's no change. It also means that for the things that you aspire, you want to do in the next coming period, not only in 2024, but for the next coming generation, you need then to consider, what Amika Cabral, in one of his quotes where he says, tell no lies, claims no easy victory. I'm raising these issues because the period that we are in today, number of institutions have collapsed in our eyes. All of us, we are seeing them every day, whether you want to talk about Transnet, Eskom, Post Office, the list is long. We're meeting at a time when the kids, our grandkids will be writing their matric exams in the next coming few weeks. But you then ask yourself what type of education and what type of people that you are going to end up with post their matric, because the current education system is not geared towards industry without a clear standards and measurements. We're meeting at a time when number of institutions in the country, again, they're looking at dysfunctional legal framework in terms of procurement. And the reason why I'm raising this thing to your convention is so that when you talk about the economic policy, we need to look deep down in terms of various aspects. For example, when in 1994, post the so-called democratic dispensation, we have never looked at the economic dispensation. And that is a major problem, because institutions such as World Trade Organizations, they didn't change their mandate, they didn't change and allow the newcomers to look at what type of economies are coming in various developing countries. Secondly, what the general agreement on trade and tariffs as an instrument in any economic development, it remains the same, even before 1994. It then means that we have joined these economic institutions without a clear script, and that's part of the problem. I'm raising these issues because in most cases, when we talk about inclusive economy, we are making lots of assumptions that the current framework, the current architecture of the economy is geared towards us, whereas that's not the case. Now, if we then talk about the economic inclusiveness, it must be something that it changes the status quo in terms of the current architecture of the economy and the landscape. Some of the points that colleagues have mentioned, again, is around the financial institutions. We might then wonder why institutions like IDC, Industrial Development Corporation, they're not funding black emerging companies, they're not funding the youth, they're not funding people living with disabilities, is because their mandate is still the same mandate when it was then formed from the inception before 1920-something or 1940-something under the old system. And when they are not delivering anything, we wonder why. Because the architecture of industrial development is not geared towards an inclusive economy, and that's part of our problem. And that's the point I'm saying. We need then to relook at the architecture of these institutions. We need then to look at the patterns of ownership. Some of the speakers, they spoke about industrial policy issues, master plans, and as a matter of fact, we don't have an industrial policy in this country. And I will tell you why. We have a fragmentation of policies that they're not geared and coherent, they don't talk to each other. And when things are not being delivered, then we wonder why. is because we continue with the same framework, with the same infrastructure in terms of the regulatory framework that's not geared to deal with the inclusive economy, so that we then bring historically people that were excluded in the economic setup of the country. The other part that I will urge the leadership of the Rise Mzansi to look at is the entire policy framework, so that we cannot talk about, for example, if we then talk about steel industry, we cannot talk about steel industry, but in absence of talking about the mineral rights. These two things, they are intertwined, they're linked, because the mineral rights, iron ore, is a primary product that will then give you different types of steel. And hence, I'm saying the current situation, we've separated the two. Mining operates outside the metal and engineering. That creates a major problem. And hence, I'm saying we should then look at coherence and integration of policy so that we don't fragment and deal with issues and we then fail to achieve and attain the notion of inclusive economy. The other part that is also worthwhile looking at is what I will call it a public procurement, because public procurement in the main is meant to gear and then bring historically disadvantaged individuals in the mainstream economy. Where, for example, your policy must then outline what I will call it the set aside. You then set aside a certain percentage for women-owned, for youth, for people living with disability, so that those institutions, when they procure, they need then to look at those different categories and classes of sectors that historically they're excluded. And in the absence of that, again, we'll then be forging ahead with the current status quo. And we're not going to achieve any inclusiveness in terms of the economic setup of the country. Equally so, we need also then to revisit the entire education system because it's fragmented, both academic and trade skills. They're not linked together, they're separate. We cannot then have basic education, higher education, and trade that resides somewhere else. We need then to integrate this thing and go back to the basics where we then have vocational training, because if we're then to have skilled people that are technically savvy and technically trained at an early age, you can then have plumbers, you can have electricians, you can then have people that they will maintain the infrastructure. But in the absence of that trade component, again, we'll be chasing the current arrangement where we end up with the majority of the youth that continue to be unemployed in our lifetime. And I think those are some of the issues that we need then to look at in terms of revisiting the entire education system. We cannot continue with curriculum where we have maths, lit, and mathematics. We need then to go back to the core maths. If indeed one then to change the patterns of ownership, the patterns of doing things, we cannot have an engineer that have studied something less than mathematics. Colleagues, part of the issues that we need then to look at as part of the patterns of ownership, again, is the structure of our economy. We cannot continue with what is called township economy. And when you talk as a black person, you are being told that we need then to focus on township and rural economy. Nobody wants then to remain there. We want to be in the mainstream economy. We want to own things in Sandton, in Pretoria, in Cape Town, in various cities, as part of providing and being part of the mainstream economy. Hence, I'm saying we need then to look at the structure of our economy. Equally so, we need then to look at the investments patterns, because in the absence of a clear and precise economic policy, we then continue then to talk about investments where we use pension funds, and majority of the people that contributes in those pension funds are black people, but they're not benefiting at all. And hence, we need then to relook at a different model on the investments. We need then to look at a different model when you then look at how you define a debt, for example. If you go to a banking institution, whether it can be to play within the BRICS configuration from the economic point of view. Because we are now talking about integration, inclusiveness of South African economy to the broader Africa as a continent, and equally so to the south, to the global south in terms of the economic issues. I'm raising this point because in the absence of a new breath, a new thinking on how we configure the economic configuration in the participation of the broader economic setup, we then continue then to remain domestic in our outlook. We need then to look at that combination of being globally but act locally. These are some of the issues that we need then to look at in terms of the economic setup, so that we don't miss the train in the economic setup. So that if we then talk about the Africa Free Continental area, we define our role, how the youth in this country must then play, how people living with disability, they need then to link up in the entire continent in terms of supplying certain things on the economic front. And the last point that I want to deal with is the notion of monopoly and monopoly of industries, and how over the years, number of companies in various sectors, you then look at financial services, that sector has been monopolized. You look at insurance, you look at banking, you look at automotive. Why we don't even have a black bank in this country? Why in 29 years we don't even have a South African automotive company that assemble or manufacture vehicles in this country? Is because those are some of the things that we have cut ourselves from the global participation in the economic spheres of the globe. And hence, my parting shots is that we need then to look at a combination of decentralization and centralized. So that there are certain things that can be done locally, there are certain things that can be done globally, but we need change in terms of the participation of the broader issues. And I think for me and the organization that I represent, we are looking forward in further engagement, Songezo, with your team, the leadership of Rise Mzansi, in terms of reshaping the economic policy for this organization, so that that policy cannot be a business as usual. It must be business unusual in terms of a different landscape. Thank you.
Ematabani ga rise yo ha, ematabani ga rise Sicelu kolono tandu hiyo, sicelu kolono tandu hewe, sicelu kolono tandu, sicelu kolono tandu, lono tando, sicelu kolono tandu. Sicelu kolono tandu, sicelu kolono tandu.
Narrower. It doesn't mean that we don't pay our top executives, but it means that we need to narrow the gap between the incomes. We also need to revisit the Black Economic Empowerment regulations and fine-tune them so that we get greater incentives for broad-based empowerment and less for enrichment of a few. Fourth, and lastly, no economic plan will work without us turbocharging the state institutional capacity, in particular fixing the transport and energy infrastructure and partnering with the private sector to build, operate, and maintain the assets. Progress is being made here with the government-business partnership, and it's important that they are successful. I would call for a mobilization of an army of private sector individuals, 10,000 experts into a centrally run capacity in the state that can be deployed into our hospitals, into our schools, into our police force, into our important institutions which need such expertise of all types, lawyers, accountants, professionals, and that we can use this expertise to strengthen the capacity of the state to deliver, also to combat crime and to promote our economic activities. In conclusion, it is critical for all social democrats who want to see a social democracy, a non-racial country that works for everybody to help uplift the quality of life of all South Africans, to work together on this plan, to innovate and to steady the course for the future of our beloved nation. Thank you.
Thank you to Colin Coleman in absentia. I think there's a very thorough articulation of what is possible and what we need to put in place. I think the professional class of South Africa is the sleeping giant that needs to be woken up. We have a responsibility to activate that base and for it to start serving South Africans. I know that we have been disillusioned. At some point, we were even called clever blacks, and so we retreated, and we decided we're not going to participate in this democracy. But now we must rise, because the cost of doing nothing is exactly where we find ourselves. So it's absolutely important that all of those watching, all of those in the audience who see themselves as professionals, commit themselves behind solidarity of making sure that the poor and the working class no longer are the only ones fighting for the rights of people who don't have. So I think that's absolutely important. When I started, I actually did not introduce our leadership, because usually what happens is we observe protocol by acknowledging the leaders before we acknowledge the people. At Rise Mzansi, we started by acknowledging the people. The leaders come after. We must rid ourselves of the idea of self-importance where people must stand up when people come late. We must rid ourselves of observing protocol without seeing and looking into the eyes of people first. But for those who don't know, we've got our national leader sitting at the front, Songezo Zibi, the national leader, Sis Vuyiswa, the national chairperson. I will introduce Mandla shortly, but to the left, we've got our beautiful National Leadership Collective. If they can stand, that's the team that is working hard to make sure that is the team that is working hard to make sure that we do not fail you. Joined with them is the provincial leaders. What you would love to know is that in all 9 provinces, we now have got provincial conveners who are responsible for the affairs of that province. And so we are active in all parts of the country. And to our leaders, we want to say we love you. Stay courageous, stay focused, commit to the journey, because these people look up to us to make sure we make it work. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite our head of policy at Rise Mzansi. He's essentially the host of this amazing event. It is his brainchild that he said, I want a thinking space. I want a space where we can convene and decide at a granular level what we are going to present to the nation as a plan. We must have a plan. It's nice to sing, it's nice to have meetings, but you must have a plan. And Mandla is going to be crucial to the process of defining that plan for South Africa. Mr. Mandla Isaacs, please join me on stage, sir.
No pressure, I guess. Sanbonani. Dumelang. It's great to be with you this morning. I think it's afternoon now. Rise family from all over South Africa. All right. I'm just taking this in because it's been a journey from last year, November, well, starting in October to November to April to now. It's been absolutely amazing what you have achieved. And I'm just so inspired by you and thinking about what we're going to achieve together, not just between now and May 2024, but over the next generation together in changing this country. Why are we rising for Mzansi? Each of us has a story, a reason for embarking on this journey to change our country for the better. I rise because I want to live in a country where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. I see no reason why we should accept that half of our people cannot find work and live in poverty. I see no reason why we should accept that most South African learners do not matriculate with the knowledge and skills they need to enjoy the dignity and independence of work. Work is not just about a paycheck at the end of the month. It's about dignity. It's about independence. It's about knowing that you produce something, that you contribute to society, and through your labor, you are able to move through the world. I see no reason why we should accept that most public services don't work or of poor quality. And as soon as we can afford to, we flee public services for private services, private education, private healthcare, private security, private electricity, and soon private water. I see no reason why we should accept having the highest levels of violent crime in the world, where more than 20,000 men and women, sons and daughters, are murdered every year. And for more than 80% of those crimes, no one is held accountable. Every election time, the ANC would have us debate whether South Africa is better off today than in 1994. That's the wrong question. A better question is, are we living up to our potential as a country? A better question is, why do we lag behind the most successful developing countries in Africa and Asia in creating jobs, in delivering effective government, in creating safety for our citizens? A better question is our country heading in the right direction? And Dr. Lehotla showed us that we are not, which I think you already know because you live in communities. Is today better than yesterday? Are we optimistic about the country that our children will inherit on the current trajectory? In fact, perhaps the right question is, what is the South Africa that we deserve, and is this it? And if this is not the South Africa we deserve, are we willing to rise to imagine it and build it together? What kind of South Africa do we deserve? And what needs to be done to make it a reality? I want you to hold that question in your mind. What needs to be done? That's very much the question I hope we will answer together over the next 2 days, in the festival, in the workshops, and in the policy convention. We have our work cut out for us. South Africans have lost faith in politics because for too long, politics has not been conducted in good faith. South Africans are beginning to lose faith in democracy. We need new leaders, and we need new answers. We need political leaders who are propelled by a collective vision for our society. We need political leaders who put the people's needs first, ahead of their own needs and desires. As Sis Tandu has said, we need leaders who love abantu. We need political leaders who are ethical, with a sense of morality, who who would rather give up public office than betray the public's trust. Who don't need years to say, no, we're coming up with a framework for if someone is charged under this circumstance after 18 months. That time you are accused of stealing. Say, no, just the courts will work it out. Half of the median age of South Africa is 29. It means half of South Africans are under the age of 29. For half of South Africans, as long as for half of the time they've been alive, a certain former president has been in an ongoing court case. You are 29. Since you were in grade 7, this man has been facing certain charges. You've gone to work, you've got a degree, you maybe had children, man still facing the same charges. But we are told only once the court tells us they are guilty is this person deemed unfit to lead. We need political leaders who are highly capable, who can manage institutions to get important things done to the standard of excellence. There's a saying that success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. So if there's a ribbon to be cut, if a sports team has won something, politicians are there. Last week, the National Planning Commission announced the results of the NDP, or where we are, over 10 years. And the government's own NPC says we've achieved none of the targets. None of the cabinet was there. They didn't want to be anywhere near that press conference. Again, we need political leaders who are highly capable, who can manage institutions to get important things done to the standard of excellence. Our national leader, Songezo Zibi, is one such leader. I've learned a lot from Songezo during this journey, which is still in its infancy. Songezo leads with listening. Rarely for a politician, and I can tell you I've been around many politicians, he listens far more than he speaks. He leads with humility and with Ubuntu. Songezo has role modeled for us a commitment to this new politics, a politics rooted in grassroots engagement and empowering people to be their own saviors. This is important. We do not say that we are the answer. We have the solution. Just put me in charge and your problems will be solved. We think South Africans are their own saviors. South Africans are their own saviors. Our job is to work with you to create the conditions for the best of us to influence real outcomes for our people. But among Songezo's many positive attributes, he is kind. So kind, in fact, that he allowed me to pose those few questions and has accepted the responsibility of providing the answers. The new answers we need. So, Rise family, I'm a humble social scientist. I'm one of those people, Sis Tandiwe says, are obsolete. But I'm going to engage in a physics experience, so I'm going to dabble in STEM. So in this experiment, I want us to imbue Songezo with our aspirations. I want us to transfer all of our energy that you brought from all 9 provinces in South Africa as we welcome him to the stage. I want you to stand, to clap, to shout, to do whatever you want to do to transfer your hopes and dreams for the people of our country so that he can carry that into his address and provide hope for our people. With no further ado, I invite our national leader to the stage to address Mzansi. Rise, Mzansi, rise! Rise, Mzansi, rise! Rise, Mzansi, rise!
Horobaretse, Watua, Watua, Horobaretse, Watua, Horobar, Watua, Kerila, Horobaretse, Watua, Horobaretse, 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 Horobaretse, Watua, Horobaretse. Rise, Mzansi, rise! Rise, Mzansi, rise! I rise! I rise! We rise! We rise! Together! Rise, Mzansi, rise! Rise, Mzansi, rise! I rise! I rise! Together! Kianibo. Whoa, what a welcome. Honored guests, those who are visiting us today to give us their wisdom about what we should discuss and the things that we should take into account when we decide how we're going to make South Africa the best country in the world. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your kindness in giving us your time. Time is a priceless gift because when someone gives you their time, they can never get it back again. When the sun sets today, today will be gone. It will never come back. So we must appreciate people who give us their time. Personally, I appreciate each one of you who has given up your own time for the South Africa that you deserve. This is a good investment of your time because all of us are going to make sure that it is. I want us to take in where we are. To my right here is the Constitutional Court. it is where the judges of the Constitutional Court decided that South Africans have a right to life. The state cannot kill anyone without justification. That was the end of the death penalty. The court decided that South Africans have the right to be in a proper home, in a house. This same court has decided correctly that the government cannot just make any decision without explanation. It has to be rational. And this same court decided that South Africans must get HIV and AIDS treatment. This same court has decided that South African people have environmental rights. I can go on and on. There are politicians who lie and say the problem is the Constitution. Because the Constitution is not something that you can go to and protest. They have failed to implement it. That Constitution has said education is a right, and many other rights that we have in Chapter 2 of the Constitution. They lie and they say this is a problem. They lie and say the reason South Africans don't have land is because of the Constitution. But when they wanted to build the Gautrain, there was no problem. But they ate from the Gautrain. So the things that are important to them, there is no problem. The Constitution seemingly allows them to do. When they're supposed to do them for the South African people, they say the Constitution is a problem. They are liars. So we must take in where we are, because this is a very important place in South Africa. This venue is very important. And in the nation-building discussion, we will talk about ways in which we can reconnect with meaning, so that June 16, 1976 is not Youth Day. It is June 16, 1976 Day, so that we can commemorate the bravery and commitment of young people to freedom and not have parties. We can't have parties when so many young people don't have work. So thank you again for coming. It was in October last year that South Africans from all over the country gathered in Braamfontein for the Mobilizing People's Power workshop. Some of you were there, many not. But it was the first time people started talking about the people's movement for change. On 26 November, people spread across 6 venues. In Johannesburg, about 500 people. In Mahikeng, in Mthatha, in Durban, and East London took a firm decision to start the Rise Mzansi campaign. The state of the country today, as Dr. Lehotla showed, shows that this was the right decision. The government is running out of money because even though we are borrowing hundreds of billions each year, the money is wasted or stolen. South Africa now pays nearly 30 billion rand per month in interest alone. We pay more per year servicing loans than we do on public health or higher education and training. That's South Africa today. We have had load shedding for 14 years, 16 if you count the 2 years that it wasn't so bad. But if you look at Eskom, they do not have a permanent chief executive or finance director. Eskom owes nearly 400 billion and spends more money servicing its loans than it does on maintaining our electricity infrastructure. The same is true for Transnet. Transnet now transports fewer goods than it did in 1994. Transnet pays over 1 billion a month to service loans made during the state capture years. This is money that could be used to fix the railway system, maintain locomotives, and make sure that the economy grows so that people can find work. Instead of feeding people who are now dying of hunger and depression, we are repaying loans on money that is being stolen by ANC cadres and their friends in business. And you know what? They are still stealing it today as we sit here. So today we have gone backwards. Unemployment is higher today than it was 20 years ago. There are more unemployed young people today than 20 years ago. There are more unemployed graduates today than at any point in South African history. Nearly half of all children who start school never finish because of poverty, hunger, stunting, drug abuse, and other problems. A child born today only has half a chance of reaching university and even less chance of ever getting a job. Patients in Gqeberha, where I worked for 10 years, die in pain because doctors don't have needles to drain internal bleeding. The Provincial Health Department does not pay suppliers on time. And so about a month and a half ago, the sheriff arrived to take the furniture, cars, and equipment away while patients waited with little hope for care. In South Africa today, mothers take their own lives after poisoning their children because they are just too hungry and desperate. Many of you know I'm from the Eastern Cape, so I talk about it often. Mthatha is the nearest big town to my hometown of Mqanduli. This once beautiful town has fallen apart. Business people are shot dead in broad daylight. Armed criminals rob the store nearest to the police station so that they can show that they can do whatever they like. Businesses have to pay protection fees to gangs. This is true in Khayelitsha, in other areas of the Cape Flats, and in Matatiele, and many other places where South Africans live. We are living in a mafia state now. This is South Africa today. A country where people tell you in Rustenburg and Tabazimbi about the money they need to pay to secure jobs, or that women have to sleep with men in municipalities to get a job or to get a tender. We know this is true. It is a country where the police and ministers are captured by criminal elements, and the president keeps questionable money stuffed in his couch. And then Parliament protects them because they do not respect us. I can go on, but we do not have time. People are hungry. Children are dying. South Africa is falling apart. The situation is urgent. The question is, what is to be done? We are here to craft new answers to that question. We are here because Rise Mzansi's volunteers and supporters have decided that it is impossible to get better results while keeping the same old, tired politicians and their political parties in place. These people have no energy, no ideas, and no credibility. We need new leaders, and we need new politics, because we need new answers. The second thing we must do is to recognize that we have the power to decide what future we deserve. We also have the power to make it happen, and we will make it happen. Nowhere is it written that we must submit our dreams for approval to people who do not care about us. We must decide to be free in our own minds so that we can be free in real life. This weekend, we reclaim our freedom. The themes of discussion this weekend reflect the areas in which the South African people have said to us they wanted to see change. These themes are family, the community, it is governance, it is the economy, it is nation building, and what to do about the crisis of climate change. These are the outcome of a deep listening and reflection we have done with ordinary people from all walks of life across the length and breadth of South Africa. South Africans want the quality of life of their families to improve dramatically. They want to live long, healthy, and safe lives where jobs, income, and building wealth are possible because there are basic services and opportunities to prosper. That's the life South Africans want. They want communities that are safe, connected, and livable because community infrastructure caters for all aspects of human development and well-being. They build open-air hostels with no parks, with no sports facilities, with no clinics, and so on. Because they just want people to live there and go and try and find work and never see their children and their families during the day. People want schools and clinics a short distance from their homes, and facilities where children can discover their talents through the arts, sports, and culture. That's a South Africa we deserve. People want every adult to own land on which to build a home and grow food where they can. Why must it be dependent on income, whether you have a land where you can build a home or not? That's not who we are. That's not who we are as a people. I come from a village. You don't need to have a job to have land. Why can't we make that possible for every South African? So we need spatial planning that provides proper infrastructure for communities, regardless of race or income level. South Africans want a political system that grows democracy, not undermine it. If democracy is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, then the people must be the boss. This weekend, we must talk about how we are going to make that possible. This business of politicians arriving late, disrupting everyone, expecting everyone to stand up on their feet, speaking about things they don't know or don't understand, and then leave before the thing is over, must end. And we must end it. South Africans want a government that is ethical, that is transparent and accountable so that corruption does not destroy our dreams. South Africans want to choose their own representatives and then fire them when they are no longer doing the job. South Africans want a modern economy where every South African has completed high school and obtained a qualification. Every single South African. Parents must not have to find additional money for people to get an education so they can earn an income and look after themselves. If money had not been stolen at Transnet and Eskom and so on, we would have money to do that. We would have money to support black and woman entrepreneurs. We would have money to build sports fields and so on. We don't because they've stolen it and they continue to steal it. And then they turn around and say, it's the Constitution. They are lying. Every South African must have skills that can produce goods and services that other people in South Africa and other countries want to pay good money for. No more made in China. Yeah. With things that we can do ourselves. We must be careful. We don't have eggs. There are countries like the Central African Republic, you know, matches, they import it. This is what happens when we allow the state to fail. We want a government that does not borrow money so political and economic elites can steal it, and then force future generations to pay the debt instead of investing in health, in social well-being, and in education. We also need to move from reconciliation to nation building. To show that you are a nation of hard workers and winners. A country of political representatives who want to serve rather than rule. We spend more money on the VIP protection unit than we do on equipment for the SANDF, which is supposed to patrol and keep our borders safe. So some of the things we must talk about is what to do with our money. We must build a culture of democratic participation, clean government, and accountability. We must commit to end poverty. Let's not do poverty alleviation. These people tell us that it's better to be a little poor. Not so poor, just be a little poor and it will be fine. We must be careful even of the language they use so that we have low expectations. Part of the culture of excelling is to have high expectations and then working hard to make sure that you can meet your own expectations. And anybody who does not qualify to reach the targets we have set must step aside. And we must commit to end racism. Let me say what racism is. It's not somebody calling you the K word. That's an insult. Racism is that if you are a black woman, you have to leave your children in somebody else's care and go and work 400 or 500 kilometers away so that you can put food on the table. That's racism. Because that is what apartheid set out to do, and that is still the condition today. Racism is when black mothers who look after other people's children can't afford people to look after their own children when they are not there. And then we wonder how some children fall into alcohol and drug abuse because their parents are forced to choose between raising them and putting food on the table. These things are not normal. We must talk honestly as men about the practice of beating and killing women in South Africa. It's not a policing problem. It's not a policing problem. The policing problem comes after you've done it. The fundamental problem happens before you do it or at the point where you do it. We must speak honestly because you can't put a policeman in every home, in every party and in every tavern. The politics of responsibility must come back again. All over the country, the young and old are terrified of the effects of climate change. I come from a rural area. Crops are not growing because of new and strange weather patterns. Homes and entire communities get swept away in floods that get stronger and deeper than any of us have ever seen before. And yet the conversation that you will hear is about whether we should have coal or not, or renewables, because it is a conversation of the elites about the billions they can make out of our money. And when people die and lose their homes in floods in Durban and other parts of KZN, there is no money for it, but there's money for the VIP protection unit. Kandi, who's supposed to be kept safe here? So we are here because we want to build a society that is safe, free, equal, and prosperous within one generation. And what is a generation? A child born today. By the time they reach the age of 20 or 25, they have a job, they can buy a house, they can look after themselves, and they can build wealth. We are here because 2024 must now be our 1994. A historic moment where we will choose to take our destiny in our own hands and restore hope to our land. This is why we must rise. So please allow me to share with you Rise Mzansi's political frame quickly. We endorse our national values enshrined in the Constitution. We believe that our politics has failed to live up to those values. And therefore we are taking forward the work that has been neglected for 30 years. As Rise Mzansi, we believe that non-racialism will only be realized when we have economic justice. This is not just about a few black people owning the productive economy. It is also about spatial planning and investment that works to reverse old spatial patterns that keep black people poor. We refuse to believe that it is normal for working people to walk long distances to work so they can put food on the table. You know those people we see every morning trying to catch up with cars? They can't afford taxi fare. Let's not get used to that thing. It is not normal. Those people should be inside a safe municipal or provincial bus or train paying an affordable fee so they can save the money for their families. The minibuses people take are not public transport. Public transport is owned by the public. We must refuse to believe that mostly black people must use unroadworthy taxis, driven by people who show them no respect and pay fares they cannot afford. We're not saying put an end to the taxi industry, but dignity matters, whether you are at home, on the street, or in a taxi. Dignity matters. We can't talk about public safety and some people are expected to drive to work in unroadworthy cars. We can't accept that. It's not normal. So there must be honest conversations with our brothers and sisters in the taxi industry so that we can move towards a safe, affordable, and accessible public transport system. We also believe that no nation can claim to believe in human rights when people die of hunger. If you cannot solve for food, then you must just as well close everything down. Food, just food. And I don't want to dictate to you what you should decide, but if food is not number one on the list of priorities on Sunday, I am not doing the closing address. We cannot have people dying of hunger in South Africa. We cannot. We just can't. So whatever financial constraints the government says it has, surely we must feed children and their caregivers. Surely. Staying alive cannot depend on whether someone has work or not. Especially that our unemployment is not the fault of those who are unemployed. Communities must have the facilities and infrastructure they need to thrive. I ask you to think about those facilities. No more these are social issues. Everything matters. If there's no sports facility in your area, that is a political problem. If you have to take a taxi to get to the clinic or 2 taxis, that is a political problem. If there are no mental health, there's no mental health support in the public health system, that is a political problem. If drug addiction is regarded only as a crime problem, not a public health system, that is a political problem. The things that keep us awake at night personally must be political. All communities deserve parks, green spaces, sports fields, gyms, community centers, and other places where people can gather and build their life together. These are basic things that every community must have. They are not privileges. And so all of these colonial and apartheid era patterns, such as the migrant labor system where parents leave their children behind, are not normal. They are behind the brokenness in our families and communities. We must try to heal the country, not just with words, but by doing material things that repair people's lives and give them dignity. That's our job this weekend. So Rise Mzansi believes in a new normal where parents can go to and from work on the same day so they can nurture their children. We want communities where children, women, and girls can walk to and from public centers at all times without becoming victims of violence, especially by men. We must demand and build a country where we have enough doctors and nurses and other healthcare workers and caregivers. We know doctors in public hospitals work long shifts and then immediately go on call at the end of that shift and work 3 days flat. That's not normal. We must not tolerate it. So all of these things and many more that I've just spoken about is what social democracy is about. We all know that our economy does not work for everyone, but we now have even bigger problems than before. We cannot build an economy on broken infrastructure, load shedding, and a failing railway system, among others. We cannot build an economy on dams and reservoirs that have got no water in them. South Africans cannot start and grow businesses when criminals control the streets and extort money from businesses. Businesses cannot remain open when electricity, water, and other government services are so expensive. The years and years of corruption, of buying a roll of toilet paper for 100 rand or a laptop for 1 million, have brought the economy to its knees. You saw the article last weekend. That stolen money could have built roads and bridges, installed high-speed internet in communities, hired more police and paid them more. It could have bought better equipment for our army and police, hired younger soldiers and paid them fair salaries so they can protect our country, our seas and our borders. So as important as economic policy solutions are, we must recognize that we cannot build an economy without a strong, ethical, and capable government. We cannot. Unless we have a government that will take care of public money, implement rules of good governance, and fight crime effectively, the economy will not grow. Jobs will not be created. Bad governance by bad politicians and corrupt political parties is standing in the way of prosperity and economic justice. They only care about what matters to them. So when we have our discussions this weekend, we must pay particular focus on governance. We must, because it is needed. You can't build a home when somebody is busy stealing the money. These people even steal money meant for Madiba's funeral or Mamwini Madikizela Mandela's funeral. You really have to have no shame to do that. But they do it. So it is in our collective power to make change happen. There are millions of South Africans waiting for the message we will leave this venue with on Sunday. They want a strong message, and we must go and tell it with confidence. As we discuss these issues, let us continue the Rise Mzansi tradition of treating one another with love, consideration, and respect. Let us open our hearts and minds to new experiences and ideas, and emerge as better patriots. This is the only chance South Africa will get at recovery. It is a very big responsibility all of you have. If you did not take a selfie, take one, because it will be historical. Let us go and get our democracy back. Let us take our country back. Let us take our communities back. Let us protect our living spaces. Let us protect the environment. Let us be bold and say what South Africa we want to live in. Let us fight for it. Let us not listen to the naysayers who say it cannot be done, because we are going to do it. I thank you. Rise, Mzansi, rise! Rise, Mzansi, rise! I rise! I rise! We rise! We rise! Rise, Mzansi, rise!
Sizojikizito Wamukhalelane Wamukhalelane Sizojikizito Wamukhalelane Wamukhalelane Isikalo somtwana siwoye Hemukhalelane Hemukhalelane Isikalo somtwana siwoye Hemukhalelane Hemukhalelane Sizojikizito ngezinto emukalelani emukalelani sizojika izinto emukalelani emukalelani isikhalo somntwana sihoye emukalelani emukalelani sizojika izinto emukalelani emukalelani I rise, I rise, we rise, we rise, together.
Thank you. Thank you. Asinaluvalo lento siyenzayo. Asinaluvalo. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mandla. Mandla. Matla. Matla. Thank you, leaders. Thank you, leaders. Thank you. Thank you. How babuze, 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 how babuze. How babuze, 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 how babuze. How babuze, 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 how babuze. Sibopeni maqabane. Danko. Mandla! Mandla! Izandla! Rise, Mzansi, rise! Rise, Mzansi, rise! Vuga, Mzansi, vuga! Phakama, Mzansi, phakama! Awu siyabonga Mzansi. Yo. Rise family. Siyabonga, siyabulela. That brings our opening ceremony to a close. To our leader, Songezo, we appreciate you, leader. You have given us the marching orders of what we must deliver on this weekend, and we will not let you down. We will not let Mzansi down. We are the chosen few that have been picked to be at this moment. There are people we left back at home, people we left in our communities. It is our responsibilities. Every seat that is occupied must deliver the highest value possible. You represent hundreds and thousands of people. You must treat that with the highest level of responsibility and accountability. Do not let yourself be defocused. After singing and celebrating Rise Mzansi, I'm sure we are hungry. And so at this stage, we're going to head into lunch. Lunch is going to be served to the right-hand side by the festival stage. There's a number of different stalls where you will be able to use your food vouchers to get some food. Ladies and gentlemen, let's exercise discipline and kindness. Rebatu. So let's show that rebatu. Hunale baholo. There are those who need assistance, those from the disability and civic society space. Let us be kind and enable others to get fed even if we must wait. We have between 1 o'clock until 2 o'clock for lunch, after which we will go into our breakaway sessions. As you can see, we are now at lunch. The breakaway sessions, there's 3 of them. I hope all of you have chosen 2 out of the 3. 2 out of 3. The ones for today are nation building, which will be hosted in this venue. So if you have chosen nation building, you will be sitting in this venue in a facilitated discussion on policy around nation building. Community and the economy will be hosted in the women's jail, which is just behind this wall on the other side. There is conference room 1 and 2, which has been allocated for you to go. Please, cadres and leaders, let us not arrive late. Grab your food, go for body breaks, and be at the spaces on time so that we can deliver the work that we are supposed to deliver. We don't have a lot of time to go through the work. At the same time, please make sure you've downloaded the app and that you're engaging with the content there and on social media. As we draw to a close, Makabani, please, can we exercise order, discipline? As we exit the hall, please make sure you take your water bottles with you. Remember, we are not throwing away plastic, we are reusing it in order to be environmentally friendly. Use your bottles, there are water stations all around. Please refill, stay hydrated so that your minds can work. Siyabonga. Rise, Mzansi, rise!
Will everybody please start making their way to the breakaway rooms? We will be starting now. Please make your way to the breakaway rooms. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes, yes, yes. Are you guys here for the nation building session? Please come forward. We're about to start.
Welcome to the discussion on how to be a South African nation building. I think many of us
have known for many years about reconciliation given the history where we come from, but we hardly ever talk about how we become an actual nation with a common identity, where we believe in the same things, at least in as far as how our country and our society should work and how we relate to one another. Over the last 30 years, there are some things that have crept in and become a cancer to South Africa. For instance, we have a culture of corruption. We need to take a moral decision not to accept corruption anymore. We have a culture of abuse of women by men. We have to take a decision this weekend to make sure that it doesn't happen anymore. We must build a culture of success, a culture of winning, a culture of ethics. It has to mean something that the Springboks win the World Cup. And we have to want and expect that of our soccer team, of our cricket team, of our netball team. We have to think about how we support them so that we can take the essence of that victory and seed it into the South African character. We have to be a country where people who come from other countries, whether as tourists or as business people, get here and they know that they're in South Africa. People have to come here and say these are people who are united, who know what they want out of their political system, who are proud to be South African. All of these things are deliberately built. They're not an accident. And we have a chance this weekend to say exactly what kind of character and identity South Africa should have, because it is critical to how we succeed as a nation.
Sanibonani, Moweni, Dumelang. Did you guys eat? You guys full? You guys ready to talk about nation building? And what kind of country do we want to become? Okay, so we only have 90 minutes for the first session. I'm going to get straight to it. So just to add to what Songezo have said, we need to start thinking, as we go through this session, start thinking about what makes us South African. What does it mean to be South African? Because other countries, there's meaning behind being a citizen of that country. But for us, we haven't actually defined what it means to be South African. And keep that in mind as we have this conversation on what kind of country do we want to become, what kind of people that we want to become to make this country great. So I'm going to quickly take you through on how we're going to navigate the session. So there will be 5 main ideas that came from the document itself, where we're going to go through them one by one. And as we go through the main idea, that's when we have to discuss what kind of political choice do we need to make in order to make this idea a reality? What kind of trade-offs do we need to make in order to make this political idea a reality? And lastly, what resolution do we need to have in order to make this a reality? And every political idea, we'll allocate 15 minutes for discussion, 5 minutes for political choice, 5 minutes for trade-offs, 5 minutes for resolution. Then we move on to political idea number 2. So we can finish this off. So as you can see, there are only 4 political ideas. I want to give room for any political idea that you guys have that can help us to become a winning nation, that can help us to build a stronger country. So as this is a co-creation session, there's no one right answer. Please, whatever that pops in your mind, come just say it. I haven't actually introduced myself. Let me stay here. So hi everyone, my name is Faiza Lak. I am the head of volunteer strategy and engagement. So my job is to create strategies to bring more volunteers, and as soon as they join Rise Mzansi, how can we keep them engaged as they're part of this Rise family? So that's part of the work I do. And today I'm the political champion, and I'm not alone. I have my incredible facilitator, Gugu. Yes, I'm going to let her introduce herself and then start the session.
My mic is working. Oh, Ninjan. Just out of interest, how does it feel to be part of making history? Knowing that you might be writing the future policies of the Republic, how does it feel? And it's so hot, so even Rising Mzansi is very hot today. But it's a good thing. And one thing I always say to people who engage in such things is that fortune favors the brave. And it's not many that start. It starts with a few, but in turn, people will join when they start seeing their results. So I know it's a graveyard shift to Gusuti, but this is where the work starts. And in essence, we definitely want you all to engage. I'll be facilitating a nation-building session for you. And this simply means that please, until we discuss it, talk, feel free to engage and talk about it. These are the themes and the ideas that we'll be speaking on so that we have a direction in a sense of what is that we want to consolidate afterwards when we do our resolutions at the end of the session. So I'll speak to, I'll leave it to Faiza to continue. And then we'll also speak about house rules, which are very important, respect, and being able to engage, rules of engagement. Angisho Bate, we should set the precedents as Rise Mzansi. Yeah, all right, thank you.
Okay, cool, got you. So I'm going to take you through overview of what are the 4 big political ideas. Gugu, and then do you want to take them through the house rules?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So number one, the first main political idea that we're going to get through is how can we build a culture of excellence through building stronger community ties with each other? How can we balance competitiveness and collaboration and investing into standards for rewarding national excellence? So how can we create a country where we reward excellence, where we say the best must lead, where if you're doing incredible work, you should be rewarded? How can we become a winning nation? Number 2, commit to support a strong and well-regulated creative economy. Creativity is our superpower. You know, Amapiano, Guijo, like these came from South Africa, and we're not trying to, show the world that these are our assets. And the creative economy could be the key for us to actually drive our economy. The creative economy can form a backbone to turn in South African exports. So from exporting drums, we have instruments, we have indigenous, instruments in this country, but it's not being showcased, and it's not being manufactured here. So, fashion is also a part of art. Fashion, architecture, how can the creative economy form part of the backbone and create revenue for South Africans and an export-worthy commodity? Number 3, how can we build a national healing program? We know that TRC didn't really help us to heal as a nation. We know that there are a lot of symbols in this country that were created, like the Freedom Park, but does it really help us to heal our hurt? What are the things that can help us to heal as a country? What does this national healing program look like? How can we be intentional to heal as a country? By embracing art and creativity, again, creativity is our superpower. So how can we use our arts and creativity to, alongside mental health service, to heal ourselves and overcome past injustice and how they continue to impact us today, because it does continue to impact us today. We still have not reversed the legacy of apartheid and the injustice of apartheid. The next is intentionally reconsider existing national symbols. How do we feel about our national anthem? How do we feel about the Freedom Park? How do we feel about the Union Building? How do we feel about the name of the country? Do you think do we need to relook these existing symbols? Do they still speak to who we want to become as a country? Then number 5 is where I'm going to create space for some of the political ideas that might come out of the space to fill this in. Cool, are you guys happy with this? Okay. All right, I'm gonna let Gugu take you through the house rules, and then we're gonna start with the first political idea.
Thank you. All right, so Umama Mthetho, rules of engagement for today. So we're going to speak within these rules so that we ensure that our engagements are progressive, but also there's a sense of respect. So it's just 8 brief ones. Respect and dignity. So when a person says something, irrespective of how we feel, we should be able to respect other people's opinion, but also the way in which we say things will be very important. Secondly, language inclusivity. Like Kaya, we encourage anyone to speak. We've got 11, 12 now, no? Official languages. So please feel free to speak, and if there's someone who can translate, we'll be able to do that for you. 3, active listening, and I think they spoke a great deal about active listening. One of the reasons, or one of the things that the leader does here, it's active listening before they even start responding. So let's listen to hear what other people say. And then stay on topic. We're speaking about nation building. That's why we've got these political ideas. So let's speak within these confines. Singakhuluma about something completely different or off track. But we will try, as well as scribers, to ensure that people speak within that and the time frame. And then please raise your hand. So mafuna kuluma. We've got mics that will be circulating around. They'll be assisting us, the crew. So please raise your hand. And then adherence to time limits. I know that when we speak politics, we can speak forever. But just to ensure that we manage time, because we've got constraints, it's in the afternoon, abantu bakhathele. But in it, let's ensure that it's also productive what we engage in. And then no disruptive behavior. Let's not heckle each other. Let's not boo each other. We're trying to reconfigure how we orientate politicians in South Africa, and then promote diverse perspectives. So, as we've said, let's exercise tolerance, even if you don't agree with what a person says, but let's ensure that we have that respect. So, Faiza, from here, I think everyone understands the rules of engagement. We're clear. And these are the ideas that we're going to speak in. So you'll lead the floor.
Okay, cool. I just want to add that when we are raising our ideas, just to keep in mind that it needs to align to our constitution as well as align to our 5 values. I'm going to list out the 5 values on each of the boards, so then we can keep that in mind if whether the things we're raising actually speaks to them too. Okay. Cool.
Sorry, I just wanted to check we've got mics ready, ne? Okay, sure. So the mics are ready, and we can start.
Yeah.
Okay. So, future leaders of the Republic, the floor is yours.
Can you time 5 minutes? So the first political idea is, how can we build a culture of excellence? By cultivating strong community ties, balancing competitiveness with collaboration. So basically, how can we become a winning nation? How do we intentionally set, how do we put in place, what do we need to put in place in order to become a winning nation? Where we say the strong must lead, the best must lead, and we get rewarded and incentivized for that. What are the big political choices that we need to make in order for us to create that outcome? If you are in government. Yes. Lily.
Okay. Hi, I'm Pastor Nomsa from Umosa Community Development Project in Lineza South.
Welcome.
My take in this kind of quotations, how do we build or how to become a successful leading in government? I would say, first and foremost, we need to start with the head. We need the leaders. And when I'm saying the leaders, we need the right leaders. So it's critical that when we choose or we vote, we invest in understanding our leaders. We have to have a selfless leaders. We have to be sure who are we voting for, so that as the people at the grassroots, we become successful. We are able to implement and to celebrate those who are excelling. If the father or the head of the family actually knows what he's doing and is promoting the positiveness, I believe that the whole family are able to excel. So I think I'll stop there. We just need the right leaders. We need the selfless leaders. We need people who are passionate, people who are purpose-driven. And I would like to mention this. We don't need people who are power hungry or money motivated. Our problem is that we are lead with our people who are money motivated, power hungry. I want to believe that when we are here, we are not power hungry or money motivated, but we are passionate about our country. We want to lead. We want to see our country being the best country in the world. That's what we are here for in this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's such a great point. There were a lot of hands. I don't know who this second, third, fourth.
I'm Jerome from Western Cape.
Welcome.
And then I'm also from a community called Blikkiesdorp in Delft, right? Also a community leader there. I'm just saying that our country is so diverse, right? And we need to take advantage of our diversities that we have, right? And like my leader was saying now, we need strong, selfish leaders, but we can get strong, selfish leaders in our diversity. We mustn't look at that specific person, he's a white person now, he's a colored person, he's a black person. Which one of those people are the strongest or are the most selfish person to lead us in the right direction? Because at the end of the day, our country is in this mess that we are now because people that are the real leaders are sitting there behind, are being left behind, and we just ignore them. You know? So we must make sure, and I'm just emphasizing on what my leader was saying, is we look at our strongest leaders and the most selfish leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was someone here and then there and then you.
Thank you. My name is Sivuile. I'm from Gqeberha. I think one of the things that we need to focus on is patriotism. Patriotism as well as identity. I think that is the core foundation of any successful nation, is that the people take pride in being South African or take pride in their conduct. And if a perfect example of that is the Springboks. I mean, the Springboks over the last 18 months to 2 years have fostered such patriotism and identity amongst South Africans where even though you've never played the game, you are still passionate about the Springboks as an entity because you identify with them. They represent you. So I think patriotism and identity is something that we should always focus on.
Got you. We'll take one more here and then one more here who put up their hand, and then we have to move on to the next question now, which is political trade-offs. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zandisile Mabuya. I'm from Nelson Mandela Bay in the Eastern Cape. My submission or contribution is very brief. What I would like to say is whether we like it or not, our political leaders are the face of the nation. They may not necessarily be the reflection of the people on the ground, but they're the face of the nation. So I think for me, political choices, for me, we need to make it a requirement for our political leaders to show track record of community building before we can entrust them with the bigger task of building the nation. And where a political leader does something or says something that divides the nation, or rather negates or nation building, it should also be made automatic that they must be replaced. So you're either a community builder, and if you're not, you should not be the face of the nation.
Makes sense. Last one, and then we go to political trade-offs.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katleho, but you guys can call me Kat. I'm from Nelspruit. So one thing that I'd like to emphasize is that a lot of our people, the youth included, are not very politically aware, right? So when it comes to actually being politically active, it's not something that they're interested in. It's not something that they flock to. It's not something that they're aware about. And I think it's important to actually teach people that they need to first understand that there's a political idea that they're supposed to be noting in society, right? Social sciences, the politics of social sciences is all about society itself, meaning the people, right? But the people are those who are not interested in this. So how can it serve them if they're not aware, if they're not versed, if they don't understand what's happening, if they're not politically aware, as to speak? So I think political awareness and spreading that, hosting more events like this, for example, is important.
Yeah,
Thank you.
political consciousness, very, very important. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to go to the political trade-offs. What are the non-negotiable that Rise Mzansi needs to uphold? That, there are, experiences, there are whether this person is joining for, leading for the right reasons. What are the things that are non-negotiable? The minimum that Rise Mzansi cannot, these are the minimum things that we need a leader to have in order to be serving the people. Someone hands, yeah, sir. 2, 3. Yeah, you first.
Thank you very much. I'm Vianney Langa from the province of the Eastern Cape. One non-negotiable that Rise Mzansi should be looking at is the issue of ethical leadership.
Don't be shy to clap, guys. Number 2, and then 3, and then 4. Did you start the 5 minutes?
My name is Thelma Masugala from Free State. It's integrity.
Integrity.
Should be people whose name cannot be bought with any money, whose people, their names then don't have price.
Yeah. 100%. And somewhere here.
Afternoon, leaders. My name is Mengameli Dladla from KZN.
Welcome.
I think Rise Mzansi needs a leader that will be a unifying factor between whites and blacks, because we need someone who understands that they can't lead a divided nation. Now, we need someone who can unify these two people, because, many political parties have failed to do this. They all go with their certain groups. Now we need a political leader or leadership that will unify the South Africans. I think that will be so much progressive and successful. Thank you.
Got you. Behind, number 4 is behind, okay. The back. Yeah, the back first. And then next is you, and you, and then you.
Hello, everyone. My name
Oh,
is Lolo Maga. I am from here in Johannesburg and part of the Rise Mzansi Gauteng campaign team. So I honestly believe that the kind of leaders that are produced in a society are also about the kind of incentives that arise in that society, and how you sort of incentivize people to do the right thing as opposed to do the expedient thing, which might have short-term gain. So I think it'll be important for us to cultivate the, leaders who have excellence, ethics, and can unify people. It's about the way in which we conduct ourselves as an organization and build those kinds of values and habits. And that way, the leaders that arise from this organization would have those instilled in them, and then we can help translate that into the wider society. So ultimately, I think it's about how can we structure our behavior to ensure that we incentivize people to do the right thing, and that we also reward when people are doing the right thing. And we try to translate that into the wider society. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. So trade-offs are things that we would hire and fire by. We will hire them if they have these qualities, fire if they don't. So what are those things? Yes, and you. Yeah. Okay.
Good day, everyone. I'm Nomalizo Manzana, all the way from Kimberley in the Northern Cape. So I think that we need a leader who, number one, will be able to respect people regardless of their backgrounds. We need a leader who will be able to relate with the community members. We cannot have a leader who has not been down there and he is going to lead us when he doesn't know the struggles and the challenges that our community members on a daily basis go through. We need somebody who can relate, somebody who's been there, somebody who's going to treat everyone with respect regardless of their backgrounds, and treat everyone equally regardless of the standards that they acquire or the status that they live by in the society. So yeah, that's
Got you.
what I think.
Thank you, Nkosi kakhulu. Ndingonka wakagazi from the Eastern Cape. Na for uMzansi leader, I want a servant more than a leader. Ndifuna izicaka, babe zi-servants of the public more than a leader. If I can make an example just now, the consultant Botsongezo or national leader, didn't problem a wheelchair. She showed up and act. If many wheelchair, would replace a wheelchair on a
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mpho Ntejani. I'm from the Northern Cape. I think in South Africa, we need a leader that will actually teach us, or that will actually show us that democracy is not just a political, concept, but actually where every citizen will be able to have to experience it. Thank you.
Got you. Okay, one last one, and then we're going to move on to resolution.
Igama lami ndungusandiso ndiphuma kulamhlaba waseMonti eBuffalo City. Ngicela ucacisa kahle ndibe kahle ngelasekhaya ngelesiXhosa and then uzanginceda usisi ngaphambili. Mna ndicinga ba ukuze sibe ngani sinenkokheli ufuna qale sibe nefoundation kwi community zethu ezansi. Asikwazi uba nomzansi Afrika ophezulu okwiqondo eliphezulu sibe singena ifoundation kwi community zethu. So kumele sibe nazo i-program and political ideas ezine-discussion esiba nazo during the week or during the month or quarterly la ezansi. Ngibuye ngithi ngiyabona siyakhuluma bengicela ukwengeza after u5 mara ngilate ever since ngiphakamisa mara ngihleye kude bari ngizohlalela la. Ngicela siyibheke into edibene negender because every time singabantu baseMzansi Afrika siyadeleleka either weak bakuthatha bakusa kugender kaso. Weak, strong, so if it's not a leader that we can consider a gender, we accept the gender and the genes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just going to give my leader here, been putting her hand up for a while. One with the white shirt. Yeah. And then we're going to move on.
Hi, everyone. I'm Pamela from Cape Town. And the type of leaders that we need, I think are leaders that actually don't leech on what the communities are doing, but also that actually support what is happening on the ground, and also leaders that don't give second chances to people that do corruption. I think that should be a non-negotiable. Thank you.
Got you. Thank you, my leaders. Then we're going to move on to resolutions. Yes. A quick one.
Thank you very much. I'm Rexon Chavala from Lipompo. I think we need leaders or players who have political will and gifted to that particular position, not just someone who's interested to it. Thank you.
Got you. Thank you, my leader. So lastly, what proposals do we need to agree on here that will help us to actually make this political idea a reality? What does that look like? What do we think we need to put in place? I'm going to first look at the first round of hands because I'm going to lose. Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we're going to look at the second round. So number 1, just remember your numbers. Yeah.
On resolutions. Let's minimize resolutions because we still have to. Okay,
Yeah.
put the
If someone is saying the same resolution, just submarine your hand, okay? Yeah. Who's number 1?
So to clarify, you're saying that which one of these things can we not make exceptions on, right?
That was the trade-offs.
Oh, okay.
So that was prior. So what you're saying now is that resolves. So based on this political idea, what are we resolving upon? So the ultimates that have to take us to this political idea. So we've said this is the type of leaders we want. We've indicated these are the non-negotiables in order to get there. So no to corruption and so forth. So this is what we're going to take to plenary. Yeah, all right.
So do you want to answer something about that?
I'd just like to emphasize on something. Can I emphasize something, if that's okay?
Okay.
Okay, well, I think I watch a whole lot of news related to economics and geopolitics, stuff like that, right? And even on a global perspective, many nations constantly reiterate that South Africa's biggest problem, economy and developmentally, is corruption, right? It's literally the one thing holding us back from being the best version of ourselves, because we have robust tax collection systems, we have a robust infrastructure network, things like that, but we can't necessarily prioritize and capitalize on all those opportunities because of all this backwards motion that corruption provides in the entire spillover effect of economics, right? So essentially that's all I want to emphasize, and yeah, thank you.
Got you, thank you. So just to bring it back to the question, it is
Sorry,
resolution.
what was the emphasis?
That we...
Corruption that we shouldn't, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So sorry, no hands for now until the last speaker, then we will see if we have time for more hands.
Once again, I'm Zandisilia Mabuya from Nelson Mandela Bay in the Eastern Cape. I would like to propose a resolution which is we need to redefine or reimagine patriotism, okay? We are trying to inculcate a culture of excellence. Now, there's something that probably nobody wants to say, but I'll say it. The Springboks are unifying. Bafana Bafana are not, okay? And it has nothing to do with race. It has to do with people will rally behind winners and will rally behind excellence. So how do we redefine patriotism as a resolution? We must stop rewarding mediocrity. Now, which means that patriotism is not, I must support everything that is South African for the sake of being South African. Now, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. How do you inculcate that culture? From school level. You make sure that we have a culture of rewarding excellence, because we have proof through the Springboks that excellence is unifying and mediocrity actually tends to split people. So my resolution proposition is, can Rise Mzansi redefine what patriotism is? Thank you.
Thank you, my leader. Number 3, who's number 3? Yep, that man, gentleman there.
Enkosi mhlale ngaphambili, ndifuna uphinda ndiveze into ethi I think ukongeza just kwi ground or something like izinto esimele basizenze. I think it's a matter of respect esithetha ngayo. So each and every speaker mawukhuluma or uthetha kumele ukuthi you respect each other, uphakame, and then you raise your point. And then okwesibini, I think if we can as an organization to have a principle, is something that even if you are authority or ungaphezulu kunabanye or ECO kunabanye, into engazochinja nje, because the most and into esibulalayo eMzantsi Afrika into mayindim ongupresident ngenza into ethile nethile, and then you see the face and the portfolio, and then we break the rules. So if we can have a principle as an organization, we can move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I go?
So, who has the mic?
4.
You can go.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go next. Make sure.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kanyisa Boy from the Eastern Cape, KZN, and Gauteng. I don't think I can choose one. I'm from South Africa. And I think that the resolution that would be needed would be a clear understanding of what we mean by excellence, a clear understanding of what we mean by community, and then work through a very strong sense of equity and justice, because not all communities in South Africa are equal and have equal access. And so the idea of balancing competitiveness and collaboration would need someone, or would need a party that understands what equity is for access and also justice, in understanding that at the moment not everyone's equal. Thank you.
Got you. Okay, so you're last, and then because time's up, we have to move on to
Good day, everyone. My name is Leba. I'm from SAM, an organization called Substance Abuse Monitor. I think the resolutions that we should be looking at is that we must look at consequence management, because all our leaders, they do everything, but there's no consequences behind it. And another thing is, though we talk about leaders or people serving us, in most cases, they always come forth with what the party stands for, but we don't know what they stand for. What is their values? What is their, instead of the party, them themselves, who are they? What do they stand for? That's another thing that we really need to look into, especially when we come into the space of who are we appointing to rise to the occasion and all of that. Excuse me. Oh, mic closer. Oh. Sorry about that if I was not audible. Another thing is, again, looking at where we are saying, we're talking about standards. We must really now redefine the standards, because there are people who are gifted, who are not the graduates or whatever, but they kept being left out because they've got no paper to say, I'm skillful or I am at this level. So
Right.
we really need to revise and look at how do we measure those standards for us to include everyone.
Got you. Thank you. So we're going to summarize now.
All right. No, this is the perfect time. We knew that it was going to instigate thought, so it's a good thing, but we'll continue as we go along. So I'm just going to summarize from the choices. We spoke about leadership, that we need strong and selfless leaders. Explore our diverse nature. The theme that came out here was that irrespective of race, if a person is capable of leading, we should be able to see beyond the racial lines. Choose the best amongst us. Patriotism, that has come out quite consistently. Take pride in being South Africans. A very good example, the Springboks. The reason why we rally behind it is because of how they're playing. So it's not because we understand the sports, but it's what they are exuding as the Springboks. And then track record of leaders, very important. So if we're going to put someone as a Minister of Finance, let it be someone who understands and knows what finance is, and you don't just put people there for the sake of putting them there. And then political awareness and education, very important. There's not enough awareness. People say, why should I vote? Why on earth? And it's not about that. People should be aware that the issues, ESCOM, whatever, the fact that we don't have eggs, that's politics as well. So we should create political awareness. And then the non-negotiables, ethical leadership. It's paramount. Integrity. The people that we put at the forefront should represent the values of Rise Mzansi. Racial unity, but also a unifier amongst the various diverse nature of South Africans. A person who will be able to rise above all the contradictions and the different aspects of being South African. Organizational conduct. So if we're going to say that this is what we require of a leader or of someone who's in government, Rise Mzansi must be the first to set that precedence. Respect and humility, irrespective of what position you carry, you should be able to be humble and respect the people that you lead and serve. Servant leadership, as one of our colleagues had said here, a person must be able to serve. It was said again, Tanda abantu kuqala. And then a Democrat, we know that that's the very foundational political orientation of Rise Mzansi, a social Democrats. And then community-based values. So anything, as we said, for the people, by the people. Anything that is done, it should be affirmed, legitimized by the communities that we come from. And then gender-sensitive leaders, it's a very important issue. There's a lot of things that are divided along gender, but people should be taken forward on the basis of their competence. And then no to corruption. I put an exclamation mark because that's one of the biggest bone of contentions we've got in the country now. And political will and experience. It's one thing to have policies and say we want to do this. We've seen a number of plans, but people don't get down to business. So we need someone who's politically willed and charged. The resolves, curb corruption, it came out again, and leaders who enable it. So just because someone now is the president, we shouldn't change our value system because we think that they're of a senior position. Redefine patriotism, it's come out again. I think that's a very important aspect. Stop rewarding mediocrity. I like the example that they placed, Bafana, Bafana, Banyana, Banyana. There's a lot of contradictions. We are rewarding mediocrity some way. Thrive for excellence. We should be able to define that, and then community-based organization, as said again, respect and equality came out again, define excellence, equity, and justice, and then consequence management, very important. People are not being held accountable. That's why we've got so many problems today. So consequent management is very important, and then redefine standards of merit. What exactly is merit? What is it? What's excellent? Because we seem to have become tolerant of the bare minimum as South Africans. I hope I have captured almost just about everything.
Awesome.
Champion.
Beautiful. Cool. Let's move on to the second big political idea. How can we commit to supporting a strong and well-regulated creative economy? How can we center around arts and culture to revive this economy? How can arts and culture become the backbone of this economy? Seeing things like fashion, music, architecture as a major source of revenue for South Africans. What does that look like? What do you think that needs to be in place? So what are the big political choices? So okay, I'm looking at hands. Yeah.
So I saw the gentleman, then it was the lady, and then that, number 3, and then 4, 5. And yeah, in that order.
6.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's 6?
6 there.
Okay,
That man.
thanks.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Mtutuzi from KZN. I think for me, it will be firstly sourcing out things at home and not mainly focusing on tourism. And mostly in South Africa, they prioritize international tourism than the people at home. I don't see it making sense to build a new monument for a Mandela statue while we still have people who are hungry. For me, it doesn't make sense. But yet again, the political landscape that we have is confusing. I think we decided to rise because we wanted change. People in the communities are being ignored. And with the same tourism industry, the local artists are not benefiting. Again, it does not make sense at all. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Annie from Kimberley, the Northern Cape, and from Eastern Cape as well. So I think when it comes to arts and so on, it's very important to cultivate from a very young age. So from the time a child can speak, they can be able to be exposed to different types of arts, different types of things, so that you as the parent even know this child is good in this and good in that, so that you can invest in building that. So it's very important that from a young age, kids are exposed. Like where I come from, we don't have art schools. We don't have extramurals for now the normal community members. It will be mostly for the people who are well off, who can afford to take their kids to those lessons. So it's very important to build and also to enable those who can't afford to be able to explore. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning. Afternoon, sorry. My name is Litsulo from Tembisa. I'm very passionate about sports, arts, and culture, so I'm going to say something. I'm hoping it will make sense. The one thing that we can build a strong foundation on music, arts, and culture. She almost covered me, but she didn't say exactly what I wanted to say, but she almost covered me. So I think the first thing it needs to be, as Rise Mzansi, you need to have dedicated schools that are dedicated to sports, arts, and culture. So meaning from primary school, it has to be clear that from sub A, grade 1, 2, 3, and 4, it's going to be clear that this child actually likes a particular sports. So from grade 6 and 7, there should be a primary school that deals directly with either sports or with a performing art. So I think if you can look at dedicated schools on sports, arts, and culture, that will be a resolution. Thank you.
4, okay. 4, oh, okay. 4, 5,
And then 6.
next.
We'll take the second round of hands after the 6th person have spoke.
Hi again. I'm thinking that first things that we must look at is trademark. We as a country don't trademark our things. We look at things that we are exporting and all of that. Take it a mere seshweshwe attire. You know, it's owned by a foreign company, but not owned by South Africans. And the prints that they are even using, they are determining what is for us without even consulting us. So trademark should be the first thing that we look at. Excuse me. Another thing, again, that looking at this, making this the backbone of our economy, is that we need to really look at, when we are saying fashion, you know, you must look at the industry itself, where it starts. Let's look at what we call the value chain of every industry that we are doing, to a point when we are saying that we are playing the djembe drum. The djembe drum is from Africa, South Africa, and all of that, but it's been manufactured in other countries, and we cannot even hold them liable that they are infringing on what is originally ours. So such things, it's things that we should now bring back home, make sure that whoever manufactures anything that is from us without us, there should be a way that they should be compensating the country. That will actually start now increasing the economy of the country.
Got you. And then last hand, and then we move on to political trade-off. Oh, last hand. Yeah, second last hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ole, and I'm from Mabopane. So I think one of the things that it's such a tragedy in our society. So I'm from Gauteng, right? There are only 2 schools in Gauteng that are dedicated to the arts that are high school. It's the National School of the Arts and Pro Arte Elfin Park in Pretoria. Those are the only 2 schools that have a dedication to the arts. But over and over, it's been proven to us that the people that actually deposit or make a deposit into like our culture are not from those schools. Maporisa is from Soshanguve High School, but he is our biggest export right now. So I think the arts need to be supported in that way, that they need to be cultivated at a very, very, can I just say, the schools in the townships, the schools in the rural areas, I'm sure there are very talented people out there, but we don't know them because they are not in mainstream art. The second thing, I think that the arts as, can I call it an industry? It needs to be supported by other industries. If I go to a concert, I want to feel safe. So the police must come in, you know? It must be regulated. I can't now go see the Big Five because I can't afford it as a South African. So something needs to come in there. So I think a lot of the things that the arts need are not even in the art itself. It's the supporting, what can I call it? The supporting industries around it. They need to come together and need to be like the police, regulation, passport control, like all of these things need to come together just to support the arts industry. Thank you.
Got you. And then last one there, and then we're moving on.
Okay, sure. Molweni, igama lami ngingagcobile nophulula. I'd say I'm representing the arts, the music and entertainment industry per se. one of the things that I've realized throughout the years is that music in our country is not like prioritized by the government. And if there's a lot of funding that's being pushed within that entertainment industry, but it only goes to certain people, and there's only certain organizations like Samro, Sampra, who are really invested in those people. And we know that a lot of South African artists died broke, and they complain that these record labels really like mess them up, you know. So if Rise Mzansi could really like educate more artists, as the comrades spoke about the foundation phase, I'd say you guys could really focus on the people who are established or really like within like a better sentiment per se, yabo. So yeah, because Amapiano is doing good right now, but you hear a lot of stories how Amapiano artists take time to get like visas, or the visas get declined to go overseas, and the government is doing nothing. You understand? So they're on their own, but we should be proud. Just like we're proud of the Springboks, we should be proud of Amapiano.
Yeah.
That's great.
Lovely. Thanks.
Time. We are managing time. I know this is a very interesting topic and it's very important. And obviously it will trigger time. We're managing time. Because we also need to move to trade-offs. And just as a trigger, look at Black Coffee now going to the Madison Square, and you're thinking, imagine if government also took a whole congregation of Amapiano at that time, even if it's not in the same area, but to say, let's make this a proudly South African moment, just as a thought. Anyway, all right.
Then we're going to go to trade-offs. What are the non-negotiable that Rise Mzansi have to put in place in order to create a creative economy? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we stop for next rounds.
Thanks, everyone. Mine is more a non-negotiable than a trade-off. I think it's obviously very, very important that we create schools, that we sort out the pipeline of artists into creating a mainstream economy, but we also need to give a little bit of thought into the kind of environment that these people would be working in, the kind of environment they'll be creating in. And as things stand at the moment, our creative sector is one that is incredibly exploitative of artists. We have a deep centralization of decision-making power, specifically with performing artists, in producers with money who tell female and women performing artists that in order to get a role or a casting in a production, that they have to exchange it for sexual favors. We have a situation where the issues like this are all over the creative sector. You have fixed-term contracts that people get fired easily out of. There is no adequate regulation of labor relations in the creative space, and until we can get to the point where we can safeguard the rights of creative artists, of performing artists, and just artists in general, it's going to be very, very difficult for us to extract as much value out of the creative sector as we need to be able to. So my non-negotiable is making sure that we ensure the rights of artists and safeguard them from labor exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Busiso Masego, and my political trade-off essentially is, in addition to some of the choices that we made to say that we need to introduce arts and recreation into schools, we also need to pay much attention to the municipal government and its duties in bringing about these recreational and arts and sports activities in the communities, because most people aren't in school. In communities, we have people who are out of school, who are sitting at home, who have the talent, but aren't given that platform from the municipal level. So we need to put some pressure, particularly on municipal infrastructure, the ward councillors, and implement the programs that have a budget in Parliament from the Department of Recreation. And we need to see that materialize from that level, from the municipal level. We need to see recreational centers in communities being activated. We have a lot of recreational centers that aren't working. We have a lot of stadiums in communities that are there to host certain things, but think about that space if it could be used on a weekly where people come, people who are jobless, people who have talent, who are interested in getting into the industry, who can actually use those spaces and use the time and learn and develop their skills. So I think that's what we also need to take note of in terms of the municipal level, so that we can actually see that materialize also on a provincial and national level as well.
Thank you. We're not taking new hands right now. Sorry, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Peter Mugwatlo. I stay in Lenesia South. My non-negotiable here, I'm saying this directly to you, Rise Mzansi. I'm part of you, but I'm directing it to you. We need to make sure that we form a youth parliament whereby the youth of the county are not going to feel excluded, so that they can also be held accountable on whatever that is happening around them. Some of them right now, they lost the consciousness and the like, I would say their support or whatever, like their faith in the current politics, because they've been excluded for a while. So I say to you directly, let's work on that and make sure that we also have a youth parliament whereby we're going to challenge those ones who are in power there, so that tomorrow when they say they cannot just render their power to people who are not trained, we can be able to say, Nati, we've been doing this, you are not responding to us, so that we can hold them accountable. As I submarine.
That's all the hands, right?
Yeah, because we are going to go to resolutions, and I think some of the things might be added into resolutions unless there is a very burning trade-off that someone wants to submit. Okay, so can we move to resolutions? Because resolutions at least will consolidate the discussion.
Okay,
All right,
cool.
Thanks.
Resolution hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Sorry.
Zandisile Mabuya again. I think we need to depoliticize the arts. I say this because in the arts, it seems like the people who are well connected politically tend to get more support. It has been the case that artists who, including Pori himself, who get the support are people who are close to the incumbents. So my resolution would be we need to find a way to depoliticize the arts, either through transparency, in that the people who get support, there must be some way where we do know why they got the support, and that those requirements are clear. And the last resolution for me is we need to privatize the SABC. I think for me, the SABC has become a gatekeeper of the arts and also a tool of politicizing the arts. The people who get airplay, now that goes to fashion as well. People who get PR through the SABC are people who are connected to politicians. I think for me, leave that to the art free market system in inverted commas. Privatize the SABC, besides it's costing us money and they're giving us mediocre programming.
Good points.
There's another resolution there. She's already got a mic, so you can stand up and then
Okay,
the
and
next
then it
person.
goes to you.
And we can have a right of hands, no?
Good afternoon again. I'm not sure if it's a trade-off or a resolution, but I've been in the arts. I've been a singer before, and it didn't really work out as I expected. But one thing I'd like is that when we do have leaders, like MECs and so forth, may they please come from the background and have a knowledge of what is happening. Because most times we reshuffle, we take from this side, we bring them to arts, but they know nothing. So if that can be, is it a resolution? I'm not sure.
It is.
Okay,
It is.
thank you.
You're right. Sir, and then go to you.
Hi again. I would say my resolution would be that we need to make sure that everywhere where all our artifacts and everything are, we must start now making serious negotiations on how are we benefiting from our artifacts being in their country and being part of their tourism attraction, and whereas it's not benefiting us. Another thing again is that from our perspective within the country, we must now start now looking into history itself. Especially why I'm going to part of history is that when you go to the archives and you look at the filing system of the previous regime, it has displaced our history so much that even when you want to now redefine us as Africans or South Africans, it's so hard because our history is so much distorted. So we must also look into going back, asking our historians to now look into our history and redefine our proper history of South Africa.
That's good.
Hi everyone, my name is Nero Brendan. I'm from the Spiritual Council in Africa, a non-profit organization in Johannesburg that focuses on youth development, specifically through tools such as art and meditation and yoga. So what I would like to say is that what we can use as a resolution, specifically for Rise Mzansi, is creating a bridge between artists, NGOs, and using this bridge to develop talents in specific areas like townships. If we have this bridge, ultimately it'll benefit children who are the ones of the future, and using that bridge to develop them in that way will obviously be very beneficial. Thank you.
So, a bridge that creates skill transfer opportunities. Lovely. Yes, and then last one here.
My resolution will be to regulate creative industry in all genres, and we need leaders that will, in fact, will need artists to be registered, someone like lawyers. To be a lawyer, there's a board that you register to be a nurse, there's a board that you are recognized that you are a nurse. Even with artists, it should be that way. And if a person needs a manager, it should be a manager who knows what is, like the sister says there, a person who knows music. If he is a manager for a person who sings, for an artist and agent, because there's a lot of exploitation. I think that will protect
Got you.
art.
Cool.
Are we concluding?
Got one burning hand right there. Is there a new point? Is there a new point, Mama?
So it's the last one, eh?
Yeah, it's
So
the
that I
last
go
one.
through.
Yeah.
Chokozani Sanbayani. My name is Lipi Lozi. Okay, ngizwile konke okukhulunyiwe, but we need to put people who are qualified in all the departments, people who are competent. Don't just put people because of, yes, they started with us, but then yes, you are part of RISE, but then if you are not qualified to do that job, please make sure that you put people according to their qualifications. And we have kids, like that lady over there said, Elokshin, there are lots of recreational centers, but nothing is being done there. Our councillors have been given budgets, but we still have a tennis court that I don't know for how long has it not been functioning. We have kids, and we start from the ground level. But then if kids are not doing sports at school, they won't know their talent. And believe you me, in our black communities, the only sports that kids know is soccer ball. Even girls play soccer. But we want to rise and say, let us see young people from Soweto playing cricket, playing rugby, all these sports, so that we know that we are rising. We are sick and tired of being sick and tired. And we want to see our kids grow and play the sports that they want, because of, I believe in 1994, I was 14 years old. I was called the future. Today I have kids. Tomorrow I'll have grandkids. They will still be called the future. So guys, let us rise and stand for what is right.
Got you.
Thank you.
Thank you. But also to make sure that people have access to sports. So like ice skating is a sport, surfing is a sport. How can we make sure that people also have access to those things?
All right.
Okay.
So I'm going to summarize quickly. So in terms of choices, first it was sourcing out local goods. The colleague had said that, look, we need to prioritize home and community involvement in tourism, which is quite true. A lot of people come from outside, but local people are not involved in tourism. Prioritize local artists. We've seen that a lot of big events, there's always an international headline. So how do we prioritize local artists? Nurture talent from early learning schools, art schools. It was a big bone of contention. We don't have enough art schools in our communities, so we should be able to invest in that. Dedicated schools for sports, arts, and culture, it repeats to that. And then Mzansi trademark, which was a very interesting point. Things that go out, which are supposedly South African, are we actually doing enough to benefit from it and to say this is South African? And we've already got proudly South Africa, but is it doing sufficiently? And then the value chain in the fashion industry, it shouldn't just be about the fashion week, but the entire value chain. Are people benefiting from that? The seamstresses, you name it. And then greater sufficient training in the arts and financial support. Prioritize communities. We don't have that. So even if a child wants to be a DJ, they don't even know where to go, and it's always considered as something in entertainment or outside there, and it really confines the ability of a person to nurture their talent. And there's lack of government support in the arts that came out strongly. And then trade-offs, schools of cultivation in arts. You reminded me of something. At some point, there were high schools and primary schools that were closed in our communities, and they became redundant. People who were smoking Nyawupe ended up using that. Why aren't we using those abandoned areas? 2010 came with a whole lot of things and developments in our communities, but they ended up being abandoned. Why aren't we revitalizing those resources in order to ensure that we cultivate sports, arts, and culture? And then regulation. There's a lot of deregulation. People are getting exploited. People choose what they want to put in contracts for artists and so forth. So there needs to be greater laws to protect the artist. And then local government involvement in arts and recreation. It's always seen as something that has to be done as a provincial or national competency, but local government is not doing sufficiently. A colleague said youth parliament, so that would be integrated into that as one of the issues. And then on resolves, depoliticize the arts. It's very important. And someone was saying people benefit from the incumbent, but the sad thing is that those beneficiaries immediately disappear after the incumbent is gone. We've seen a couple of those. Yeah, but yes, depoliticize the arts so that it's a profession, someone sustains and lives out of it and doesn't end up dying as a pope, as one of the colleagues said. Privatize the SABC. Actually, what I also wanted to add on that, there's a lot of streams outside your mainstream media. There's a lot of young people that are going into your YouTubes and so forth. So as we're looking, forward-looking, how do we ensure that we expand? People are becoming influencers, and it's actually becoming an industry. How do you support and help those? People are going into channels. They're making money. Instead of saying, how do we tax them? How do we support these youngsters? If a person needs a camera, if a person needs, Wi-Fi and all of those things. These are things that should be able to have access to in your communities, and that's where local government could get in. So instead of looking at the old traditional, let's see how we expand. Rise Mzansi is new, right? So laws also to protect the arts. Get skilled political heads to lead the arts. That's very important. There was one minister was called the Minister of Condolences, because that was the only thing that they were doing. So get someone who's passionate, and arts, besides the qualification, they need someone who's passionate, who understands the energy that comes from artists and creatives, because that's a different kind of energy. It's not just an engineer, right? And then artifacts in other countries, it's a very important thing. There are beautiful memorabilia. There's a lot of things. Even diamonds and gold, we know that there's a crown that has our diamond on it, and no one is saying a thing about it. So how do we get those things to actually work for us? If it needs to have compensation, let's go and say we want to be compensated for that. And government must actually take the lead. And then recollect the missing pages of history. History is always told by the victors, but Rise Mzansi has to reconfigure that narrative. Tell history, even if a person is not affiliated to a political party. There's a lot of pages of history that are gathering dust that we should collect and actually tell our stories. And then use civil society to develop arts in the community. That's an important relationship. Civil society is usually closer than government. It's less bureaucratic, and it can get into communities. But also civil society needs assistance. How do we ensure that they get the right resources, funding, and so forth to be able to get arts into our communities? And then last but not least, again, qualified and passionate people should be placed at the forefront so that they expand the skills. Let's get people in golf, let's get people in tennis, let's get people in whatever entertainment, ballet, you know. Things are not, they shouldn't be taboo in our communities. There's no black or white sports, there's sports. If a child is passionate about the Formula One, let's find ways. Then let's take them to the Formula One. I think I've concluded that.
Lovely.
Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. Cool. Then I'm going to move on to national healing. So before we're able to present it on the screen, the next big political idea, it's about creating a culture of healing where we talk about how can we heal as a country. Because aside from apartheid, every single day of being an everyday South African is painful. There's so much trauma that you go through. There's so much pain that you go through. And so that's one of the things that why we don't vote anymore, because we're so heartbroken and disappointed by the system that we don't believe in it anymore. We're so burned by it. And so, let me go to the next slide. How can we build a national healing program? What does that look like? That embraces art and creativity, where we center around that, alongside mental health services, make sure that it is provided as a way to face and overcome past injustices and how they continue to impact us today, because it still does, like spatial planning. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we stop.
Okay, thanks everyone. So, firstly, I think it's important to recognize that obviously within a nation, it is a collective of individuals. So before we can look at healing the nation per se, we need to focus on the individuals and how we develop the individuals in that way. So how I see an individual is that we consist of 3 different functions: the mind, body, and soul. Focusing on those elements, I believe, would help the individual to ultimately be a productive member of society, and also contribute greatly to, the nation and future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Babalero. About national healing, first of all, it starts within you. You first heal yourself and then expect other people to heal. And then the other thing is we tend to go to gym to fit our fitness, and we forget about the mere thing, our mind. Everyone go to gym in the morning, they eat healthy for the body. What about the mind? Because all start within our mind. The healing, it starts with me. Because if I don't heal myself, how can I accept someone else to heal? Let's start within us. Let's change our attitude. Let's change everything that we see. Let's change even our homes, even at schools, everywhere we go. Like on the previous case that we're talking about sports. Yes, there is sports that we grow up knowing that it's for white, because it's installed in our mind. It starts within us, then it go to someone else. The healing and the mental health, let's start us first, us. Then the rest will follow. I thank you.
Got you. No new hands for now until we've finished the first round.
I think that as much as we are talking about healing, we must understand that firstly, when we look at our past injustices that has happened and all of that, we need to really be able to discuss them robustly, openly, without prejudice, and be able to say that, you know what, if you wrong me, you wrong me. And it's for the perpetrator to accept where they were wrong and find ways on how do they try to reparate the injustices that they've made. Now, secondly, is that when we try to heal, one of the most important things that we have lost as a nation is moral fiber. We need to get our moral fiber back, to know Ubuntu, know the next person. You know, it is not me without the next person, and they are not there without me. So once we bring that fiber back, that is what will help us heal.
Thank you.
Thanks, leaders. Rise, Mzansi, rise.
Rise.
Thanks. My name is Tabiso, and I'm from the Northern Cape. So I wanted to touch on the mind, because that's the biggest thing, you know, but the leaders have touched on that, so I'm going to skip that. And I'm going to touch on, I think we should start, or we should, you know, talk in terms of looking at a new tradition. You know, we have this problem where black people feel like they are victims still today. And white people also feel like they're victims. Colors also feel victimized. You know, Khoisans also feel victimized. So we need to move aside and leave all that behind. What happened, happened. But now we need to forge a new tradition where we know and understand that South Africa is not only for black people, it's not only for colored people, it's not only for white people. And how do we do that? By learning from each other. You know, by going to each other and also learning about each other's traditions. You know, there are a lot of white people, and I'm saying this because I was even, you know, there are white people who would learn Zulu and what, right? And I'm saying this, yes, it's my minority of them. But what I'm saying is also, we as black people, we need to move away from this concept of saying we were wronged. You know, for me, my parents were the ones who were wronged. But me now, I'm trying to build a new South Africa. You know, I'm not going to look at the past. And I'm not saying we should disregard the past. But I'm saying as much as we are looking at the past, we should also look in front of us. And how do we then move away from the past is by working together, forming the relationship of Ubuntu. And Ubuntu is not only for black people. It's for every one of us here in South Africa. So as black people, we need to move away from this mentality of saying we are victims. You know, and we need to start taking ownership now and saying that we are the change that we want to see. Now, how do we do that? By using social media platforms. In social media, we have a platform where we can engage with all different people from all different race groups, you know, so we can use social media to start such conversations. And I'm not saying it's an easy task, it's very difficult, but yeah, that's just my input. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take the first round, ne? First round.
Only first round. No new hands, please.
Please, yeah.
Ke a leboga. Ke a leboga kwano. Ke nna Kenny Modise ke tswa ko Pfizer ba re lebella ka fa thata o lebelle ka fa. Kenny Modise ke tswa ko Bokone Bophirima ke province ya Northwest. The wound that I'm going to talk about, how can we heal these wounds? Ke the present wound. And that present wound, I'm going to break it in this way, the culture of normalization. In the art industry, only the way that certain big events with big promoters, we have taken a normalization of saying it is that a big event, so no interrogation. Now, what I am saying is there must be an interrogation towards this normalization. For an example, a practical wound that I'm carrying it, young boys and girls, Kobukoni Bophirima, December is coming, it's Nedbank Golf Challenge. They will always say, what are we getting from these big names from the years that Nedbank Golf Challenge have recruited all the big names of golfers. But Bako Litaha, Bako Mutse, Bako Pizuli Suleyang, Bako Masibudule, Habakire Sebe. What the leaders of risers must interrogate that, and the community. Right now, we got a call because of other things that we are doing. Joyous Celebration, I think it's album 27, is going to Super Bowl. The interrogation that I'm talking about, the whole culture, Yahore, we are going to the Super Bowl. The wounds that Batho Barona, Babantsho Barata, Mino Wasimudibu wa gospel. Ana ha gona sepe se nka sa dirwang gore di wounds tse tsa bagaetso le tsone di tlhagelle mo karolong ya this project ya Joyous Celebration. Eo e ka bontsha gore re interrogate the normalization e tshwentseng e le rice ka yetsa. Ke a leboga.
Yeah, thank you. Kilet Solo Hape. I think another idea for nation healing, especially on mental health services, it's simple. For me, by the way, the resolution for me is that Rise Mzansi should invest in social workers. We have social workers who deal with mental issues that we need to consult with them. And the best way that they can heal the nation, take them to primary schools. Employ social workers in each and every primary school for each and every grade. And then we also have, I don't know about the suburbs, but in the township, there's sections. Like for instance, Tembisa, there's a Pumlong section, there's Gaga section. So in each section, there should be a social health service office that operates for that particular section. Because if you have a social worker at school, if a child has an issue, he speaks to that social worker, automatically she will find or he will find a problem that is related at home. And automatically that social worker is able then to refer the parents with the child to social services. So that's how you can heal our nation. Thank you.
Got you. Thank you so much.
Afternoon, people. My name is Truzele Vika. I'm from Cape Town. The issue of healing, I think it's very deep. I think it's very deep than this. Because if you can check now the rate, there's so many people that commit suicide because of depression. And sometimes we just want to do counseling for someone and then help them now at the moment. But we don't understand. We don't really understand the source of the pain. When did this thing start? So now, you can't heal someone without knowing the background of all the things they are facing. How did it happen? When did it happen? For example, there are some people, maybe their parents, they forced them to do other course. They didn't want this course, but no, sometimes parents can force you to do a course. Then you end up doing this course. How are you going to be a nurse, but you don't like this course you're doing? How are you going to treat people? And then we focus on that person, on that behavior, but that is the consequences of this person never healed because this person have a revenge of what happened at the young stage because maybe the parents end up on this department of nursing, but this person does not have a passion for nursing. So that person will never treat the patients right, you see. So we don't go back and check the source. When did this thing start? What happened? Why are you behaving like this? We just want to resolve it now. So I think as Mzansi, it is very important to make it like the other brother that was just talked now. We need to make mental health institution so accessible. For example, if I say I need counseling, now I must pay to get help. So now if I don't have money, then I'm not going to be able to get help. So obviously I'm going to end up maybe committing suicide, or maybe I wake up one day, I shoot my girlfriend, I shoot my kids, and then no one knows what happened. But that person never healed from the start. We don't even know what happened. And then we think that person maybe got maybe some issues, but that person has been dealing with something for a long time. So I think it's also important to set a background. If the mental health are accessible to everyone is going to be easy to talk. Sometimes for people, it's not easy to open up. Even on the 5 session, one person cannot open up in on 5 sessions. They need a lot of sessions to finally open up, because to be honest with someone and trust a person who can tell something is very deep.
Got you.
Even all of us here, I'm sure we all got issues. Thank you.
All right. Colleagues, we are going to trade-offs and resolutions, and I think some of the things will come. We'll start with you on the next topic, please. But just on the last point, emphasis, I think we underestimate healing within the family institution. And mental health has been seen as something taboo in our communities. So I think it's maybe something we can add in resolutions to say we don't have outlets in our communities where we can actually speak. All right, trade-offs.
Right. What are the bare minimums? What are the non-negotiable?
So when we speak of healing,
yeah,
what is it that we are not negotiating? Okay, we're going to start with you, sir, and then 2, 3, 4.
Hello, everyone. This is Lucas Ravi speaking, but I'm just going to go with my own language. Wat ek wil sê is dat ons moet eers onze constitution change. The constitution is binding us all because of what I can say is that we can change everything by mouth and say, all right, you're going to do a good thing, others or whatever. Dat gaan nie werk nie. Because your constitution already is cutting you out of doing the right thing. So South African constitution is not working for us. Even for us black men, we're in jail, but we don't know we're in jail. Because whatever you do as a black man is wrong. So if you change the constitution, then it means already our constitution doesn't even protect us even if we sit here. So we have a problem there. We must start with our constitution. As a constitution, maak ons se kinders dood, drugs, everything is going. You say, all right, we're going to rise, ons gaan rise, ons gaan rise. Ons gaan nie rise nie because onze constitution maak ons dood. Ons almal is dood soos ons hier sit. Because of, as you can leer om te sê, your constitution beskerm jou in Botswana. Jy kry nie ons klompie parties en klompie goede wat oop gaan en toe gaan nie. Because of hulle constitutions protect hulle. As jy in my jaar kom, ek gaan nie vir jou sê, hoor jy so loop uit my jaar tyd, dan is alles oor. Maar nou kom jy in my jaar tyd, dan kom jy nou met 'n gun, dan sê die government vir jou, die ou wat met die gun in jou jaar kom, is reg. Jy moet vir hom sê, ek gaan jou skiet. As jy vat jou kop reg. As jy reg en jy vat jou mentaal reg. Dan moet ons 'n government maak ons dom. Die constitution wat ons het, moet ons change. Net die constitution, dan na reg gaan ons sit en sê, alright, nou is ons in parlement. Kom ons kyk na ons kinders, dat die skole reg is, laat 'n klein kind wat nie skoolfonds kan afford nie, laat ons hy kind kan help. Ons maak NPO's oop om ek het 'n NPO, maar vir atlete. Jy help een kind om uit die draak uit te kom, wat van die ander kind? Nou wil ons praat van black and white, colors, black, alles daai. Julle is laat dronk nou, los julle daai. Don't be drunk in your own constitution. Your constitution is killing you. Stop it there. Come on, leaders, let's rise.
Okay. We're going to move, because of time, we're going to mesh trade-offs and resolutions. We're going to wrap it up. No new hands? I think we did already recognize a few hands already.
And then it's the lady after him, ne? The lady there at the back.
And then you.
Nda.
No new hands.
Good afternoon. My name is Relabogile Midupi, all the way from Rustenburg. I'm going to speak on 2 points, healing and mental health. The first one is we as a country or as individual, we have to understand where did we crash as a nation for us to move forward. Because we speak of healing, we want to move forward, but we haven't identified where did we crash as a nation. And every June 16, we understand we crashed in terms of young people. But as a nation, where did we crash? In which generation did we crash? For us to able to saying that we can identify the cracks and the traumas and the triggers that happens every generation. Every 90th generation, they will tell you about the traumas, but they don't understand where did it start. The 80s, the 70s, they will tell you that they have traumas, but they don't understand where did they crash. So if you understand where we crashed as a nation, as a people, then it's going to give us a way forward. Then in terms of identity regarding mental health and healing as well, I believe that as a nation, we don't know who we are. South Africans, I can safely say this with boldness, we are not lost. We have been put in a box. We have been conformed. We think we are special, South Africans. We are not. I can guarantee there's nothing special about South Africans whatsoever. I can safely say 80% or 90% of people that are here don't have passports. They've never left the country. And I love the fact that you mentioned Botswana because Botswana has a pride in them. When you walk in Botswana, everything, there's flags in Botswana. There's places where they celebrate about whose Botswana is. The t-shirts, the food, they celebrate. There's pride in them. Go to Mozambique, same thing. Lesotho, same thing. And you come here, South Africa, confusion. I can guarantee all the languages that are official, Botswana, all of them, Malawi, all of them, Zimbabwe, all of them, Zambia, all of them, all the official languages, you can find them in different countries. But because you don't travel, you think you're special. No, you're not. And it's a problem because we don't know who we are as a country. We fight about nitty-gritties, that doesn't pay bills. That doesn't help us whatsoever. And I speak 7 languages in this country, and I take pride in that. But I also understand there is flaws in me going to KZN. And KZN, they can't speak other languages. So, but I can. I can, but they can't, when they come to Northwest, they want to speak Zulu. Eastern Cape, I love Eastern Cape. I think that's where God is. But they have their pride, man. We have communities in Northwest, they want their kids to speak in Xhosa, to be taught in Xhosa. You are in a province, 4.2 million people that speak Tswana, and you want us to speak Xhosa? That disrespect. But again, we don't understand who we are as a country. But I think for me, and this is my opinion, I believe if we cut off all the languages, we can celebrate them, but if you cut off, make one language as official, I think it's going to help us to move. Because no other tribe in this country, I'm sorry, I'll wrap it up. No tribe in this country wouldn't want another tribe to lead them because of these different ideologies in terms of tribologies and all of that. So if you find in terms of where do we want to move as a country, how do we look like, and how do we conversate as a nation, and how do we talk, how do we communicate, how are we going to walk, it's going to help us to move forward. Thank you so much.
Got you. And the lady, ne, at the back, that lady, and then afterwards it's this gentleman. Oh,
and then it's one more.
We're cutting.
Cutting, okay. Askies, guys.
Yeah.
We are
But it shows
running out of time.
that minds are really being ignited in the room, which is very good in terms of the conversation. So apologies, colleagues, because we've got other people that have to come to the plenary. We actually have 2 sessions, and we've moved past this. So I'm just going to summarize on what we have, but I think we all get a sense of what it is that we're trying to achieve. Yeah, and I think the most important thing which was raised is that it starts with the individual. There's individual traumas, and before you can be a productive citizen, someone who is a South African, you have to speak of your own individual identity. So healing starts within. Mental health awareness, we did say that it's still taboo. One of the colleagues said something very important, that we're all living in traumas, but also the fact that we don't have outlets, and largely it's men who don't have outlets to speak about some of the things that they're going through. So we need mental health awareness. Yes, we're finishing, we're wrapping up. And then change the mindset, moral fiber of the nation, we need to reignite that. And I think it speaks to what the colleague said about the Constitution. We should not be afraid to actually challenge some of the things that are in the Constitution. Remember, it has to also speak to the society. We're not saying we disregard the laws, but we should be able to say these are some of the things that are not speaking to what we seek to achieve, things within the family institution, Ubuntu and all of that. And does the Constitution speak to that, and even protecting the identity of South Africans, right? Ubuntu as a national value system, we need to ignite that and then invest in social workers, starting at primary level, it's very important, and family healing outlets. I think it's the same things, colleagues. Thank you so much for being such sports and actually adding value into the conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
For the second session, I will start with the question that we didn't actually cover. So for those who would like to add your input for the last idea, you can stay and then move on to the next breakaway. Cool. Thanks, guys. hello. Hello. Leaders, we're going to start in 5 minutes. We're going to start the next session in 5 minutes.